Hello guys, I'll be with you guys in just 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'm just going to extend the timer and we'll be getting going very soon. Alright, hello, how are we doing? Hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. Didn't actually need the full 2 minutes extra that I put on, but that's okay. Nothing wrong with going over. We're in no rush because our players are... they're here, but they're BRB, so we're just giving it a couple moments. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the playoffs of our second PTR tournament. So good to see you guys. Hope you're all feeling good today. Lovely to see you all. As we're going to get going. As soon as our players return, we're just waiting for the first map pick. And yeah, excited for a day of StarCraft 2. I think it's going to be a good one. I think we're going to have some fun. This thing is going to be a fun day of games. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what comes up and goes down as we get ourselves through this. Let's get ourselves set up. We are going to start the day with a bunch of TVT. We're going to do both the TVTs in a row, actually. First map pick is going to be ley lines. All right, we're going to get this started in a second, guys. Get this ready to go, go, go. And we'll get into some StarCraft 2. Thank you so much for your patience with me. As I say, just getting started off on everything and figuring out where everything is at. I bet there's only one match today. There's not one match today. There is a full tournament today. We're doing all of the playoffs today. Everything is today. The entire rest of the event. So yeah, we got we're going to be doing the first of all the Gumiho ByuN TVT. Then we're going to do the winner versus Clem. Then we're going to go to the bottom portion of the bracket and go from there. I'm just going to make sure we've got all of our casters here. They are not. Cool, I think we're good. Players are ready. Casters are here. I've got 7. That's what I had yesterday. And well, we had 6 yesterday, but I see a bonus caster already. Beautiful. All right, hello everyone. How are we doing? I feel like my YouTube chat's bugged out as well. Let me go and try and fix that. Can you tell I'm slightly unorganized today? Oh no, my chat's good. It was just in the wrong place. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, I'm slightly unorganized today. I'm not really unorganized. I'm just running a couple minutes late. Is all. Everything is organized. Everything is ready to go and cast and stuff. Just, yeah. Alright, so we're going to get this going. We're on the loading screen for our first TVT. We're just going to get the 2 TVTs out of the way, guys. I mean, TVT is still an interesting matchup. At this point, the patch is just going to be kind of pretty much the live server. So, you know, some of these PTR events, mirror matchups, it's whatever, it's going to happen. And, yeah, we're just going to get into it and see what we can do. As we count down, 3, 2, 1. Let's get into game. Alright, welcome to the playoffs. It's best of fives all day long, starting with this semi-final. It's not a semi-final, it's actually a quarter-final. Starting with this quarter-final in the bottom left-hand side. We're going to have ourselves the blue Terran player. This is Gumiho. He is taking on, in the top right, the red Terran player, Shopify Rebellion's ByuN. As we get into this best of 5 series. TVT, like I say, a couple TVTs in a row to start. I mean, to be fair, out of all the mirror matchups we could get, I think TVT alongside PvP is one of the most changed. The only downside of TVT is that it's changed back to kind of what TVT was, right? It's like, you know, the changes kind of revert, the main changes revert in the Cyclone. So, like, it's fresh, but we've kind of seen this meta in the past. So it's not maybe as new and interesting as PvP would be. I'm going to give TVT a solid second place rating in terms of the mirror matchups available in StarCraft 2 on the PTR. I think ZVZ is the least interesting to see currently based on the changes. Not necessarily overall as a mirror matchup, just like in terms of like, do we see anything new and interesting? I think ZVZ is the least interesting, TVT the middling ground, and PvP the most interesting. So I'll take a couple TVTs, could be worse. We could have also had ZVZ for our bottom round of 6 as well, so good thing we avoided that one, I suppose. So going to get set up on the day. ByuN and Gumiho playing on ley lines to begin with. Let me know what's up. Let me know how you all doing. Let me know how you all feeling. What's up, Monty? And good to see you, buddy. Hello, everyone. Hear the music. Yeah, I didn't have the music on the game going because I couldn't get the... I was doing something on my PC and I couldn't get the game sound open until like 3 or 4 minutes before the stream started. So apologies for that. I just, like I say, ended up running a little bit behind today. TVTs first to get them out of the way. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because it's like you get them out of the way, but I also feel like some of the more popular players are in these TVTs, like a ByuN, Gumiho, Clem, all fan favorites. I'm actually looking forward to the bottom side of the bracket, though. Shin, Spirit, and Goblin is not like a half of a bracket I would have ever really predicted, so yeah, super excited for that as we round out today's tournament. Also super exciting is that we're going to be having a bigger tournament starting next week, going into the week after as well. This one will basically take us up until the end of November and just fill us in until Home Story Cup, pretty much. So, if you're... I am going to make the deal, okay, guys? Next week's prize pool is guaranteed at $2,000. Every sub over 1,000 subs we end today's stream on, we will add $2 to that prize pool. So you want to subscribe, we will add $2 to that prize pool. So like I say, we're starting at $2,000 right now. I think we're something at like 1,018 subs to start the day, so that's essentially $2,036. So basically double the subscriber count. That's how many dollars the tournament prize pool will be for. That's my deal to you. If it drops below 1,000 because subs drop off, we will make those numbers up. We'll still maintain 1,000, but I don't think anything's going to drop off today. I think we're just clear of the big drop off that will happen in a couple of days. So there is my deal to you. If you want to support the tournaments, making it even easier than usual. Reapers and Hellions here, and he's going to be pressing forward. He's just going to be seeing the Cyclone going to get jumped on, and I think Gumiho is going to do some serious damage. That Cyclone going down so quickly is a pretty big deal. Obviously, ByuN losing out on the other side of the map too. Reapers is pretty rough, and now being delayed on the low ground, he's definitely off to a rough start in the beginning of this game. You do end up getting pushed back, but good damage dealt. You delay the CC, you do some worker damage. Steps in the right direction here early on in our first match of the playoffs. Tanks are building, Liberator in production. We do see the medevac of Gumiho will begin to come across the map as well. You still do have the Reaper Hellion just going to be joined up now with these other units. It's going to be pretty rough for ByuN, I think. Tank unloads, a few Marines start coming out. We're going to start pressing into this natural. These Marines are going to try and hold their ground. The siege tank will go. Actually, target fires the other siege tank. We're going to kill that pretty quickly. Oh, one tank volley went. Oh my god, did that Reaper grenade kill like 3 Marines? Oh my goodness. I think Gumiho stepped a bit too far forward too quickly. The tank able to get damage off. It was so sad ByuN couldn't find a little bit more damage on that tank to kill it before the shot, because that shot cost him so much army supply. Gumiho's still leading here, but definitely a fight that helps ByuN out. Helps him potentially maintain position in this game. In terms of just being in it, he has had to liberate, deny mining time, and a few SCVs across the map too, so that's good. He's just lacking in army supply, but if you can keep on defending, then army supply is something that will come back naturally to you. So, yeah, the fact the economies are evening out is the big thing right here. As that liberator sieges and pushes a few SCVs away once again. Viking Marines will be good for the Liberator. Gumiho sitting out the front, ready to maybe make a little bit of a push on toward that natural. Engineering bays, barracks, both coming in. The SCVs are coming through. Tanks ready to siege as we scan up into the main base. Couple tanks going to fire from afar. Couple Marines already taking shots. Slow push forward at the moment as the tanks try to just edge their way in. We're actually going to commit here. Gumiho going to send it, but that's a mistake. You can see it as well. He goes back to lift up some of those Marines. He does not succeed. He's in reach of the command center, which is annoying for ByuN, but it's not the end of the world. I feel like ByuN is, could be in a much worse spot as tanks here just going to hit the orbital. Oh, we're going to bust through. This is going to be the moment. Some Marines were actually still in the medevac. Gumiho's going to get so many SCVs here. This is going to be more than good enough for him. 12, 13 workers. I wonder if ByuN could have held on just repairing the CC for a little bit of time until maybe we got the like stim pack up or something, but yeah. In the end, actually losing 13 SCVs only puts him 5 or 6 behind. That's honestly not as bad as I thought it would be. Third CC in location now from Gumiho. ByuN will be able to put his third in location as well, so ByuN's actually doing a great job economically to kind of stay in this game. Try and stay competitive. Very impressive. I guess just that third base being a little sooner definitely helps him on that regard. We do have the upgrades coming through. 1-1 and stim pack on the way from ByuN. Army's going to be finishing up. The Raven will drop the order turret in. And Gumiho is playing mech. The extra factories came up as well. Playing mech from a lead is very scary because usually the bio player needs to control the game a little bit. It does give ByuN some opportunities, perhaps where Gumiho now should be sitting back a little bit more. So maybe that does give ByuN some opportunities. He's actually going to push in from this bottom side. And he's going to get a great siege position on the third of his opponents. That's really nice. Now he's in reach of one tank, but he is going to get it before he loses the tank himself. Bunker goes down, and yeah, that third base is going to have to lift up and back away. And that's pretty big because you're, trying to mine the gas here. It's a priority for you playing the, yeah, it's a priority for you playing the, mech style that you get that gas income going. But that being denied now, definitely going to help ByuN to stay in this. I actually think ByuN is pulling off quite the comeback at the moment. I think Gumiho is playing this smartly with the Liberators on the way up. Clearly, ByuN has no kind of air control, so getting to the Libs with just a couple of Vikings should allow you to at least push this back for now. And you need to mine off this third. He's not even moved the third elsewhere. Lib Siege, Vikings chilling, +1 vehicle weapons coming through, the couple of missile turrets are coming online. Going to be seeing a few Marines taking shots, siege tank taking hits as well. Hellions and tanks still coming up. Vikings still on the bottom. Gain armory coming through. The extra tanks on the way. Cluster shells is coming up. Viking Marauder on the way through. Additional factories and turrets all coming online. A little bit more bio join at the front. Marauder going to get rid of the Hellion up on the top side. Cyclone just patrolling in the back end. Plus 2 tank coming through. The Failed Pre-Igniter on the way in as well. Scan that blue flame online as well. Nice addition. Hellions do get there for a little snipe on the SCV build in the command center as well. Good to take that down as the mag field starts up. Of course, old Cyclone does get mag field for the bonus damage to armored units. CC going to float up the left-hand side. Hellions are going to move about. Sense Tower going to go down. Mech is definitely nerfed a little bit in this current day. You know, Sense Tower is covering less space. It's a very, maybe not a big nerf, but it definitely affects Mech more than Bio if you do consider Mech versus Bio. Mech is the style that wants to sit back, defend, have information. Just going to push in on this bottom side. Problem is, pushing into Mech is always going to be tough. Going to let the tanks absorb some Hellbat damage. I don't think we're, upset about that. Tanks are target fired as well. Nicely done. Because Hellbat survived for a long time there. ByuN's going to decide he has enough just to dive forward. There's one more tank up in that corner. I wonder if he's accounted for that when diving through here. A lot of low HP units, and yeah, not quite enough to fully clean up. ByuN maintains a supply lead, but obviously a moment or two where he might have to now just sit back and rebuild up. Still holding this position, though, is impressive after all this time. Such a threat as well when you're just outside the opposing Terran spaces. Actually, do you see the Hellbat drop coming in? We're going to see with reinforcements. ByuN's just going to try and send it again. In we go. Tanks not fully sieged up from Gumiho. There's a lot of tanks that just are not set up at all. The Vikings could land here, but if they land, they're going into the unsieged tanks. Now, the unsieged tanks are kind of getting it done at the moment. Can we kill some of those? Oh my goodness, 3 tanks super low survive. Kind of makes the difference in the fight. The power of the unsieged tanks there from Gumiho is wild. Absolute heroes of this game. Some shots coming through. Hellions and tanks continue to move around a little bit. Cyclone locks on. Vikings get pushed away. A couple of unloads. And you see the drilling claws coming up, +3, +2 on the way out. The Cyclones are all building as well. Cyclones providing this more mobile option to the mech player. Kind of a fun unit to have at this stage. It's always such a... I mean, we don't see mech a lot in TVT, so it's always in, obviously, the old Cyclone too. It's going to be fun to kind of readjust a little bit, but as ByuN goes into a lot of libs, the Cyclones provide some of that anti-air coverage as well, which can really help out, so... things to think on as this game continues to kind of even back out again. We're going to be able to resettle down in this one. When is the patch coming? We don't know. I really feel like it's probably a week or two away personally, but there's no logic behind that outside of just a guesstimate of how long it usually takes, so... yeah, there's no official information. I was going to siege up here, but there's 20 SCVs killed, some to the bottom, some to the top. These tanks will go down at least, which is a good cleanup for ByuN. Nice to be able to get the units there and make Gumiho at least pay for the damage dealt. dip into the bottom. A couple of missile throws go down. The siege tank there will get killed as well. He's going to get this building CC, so denies that. That base in the very top left, by the way, I really think is going to be a pretty easy target for ByuN if he just sends something there. I mean, a couple of drops can do a lot. He could drop on top of those tanks, actually. I'm thinking about it. I guess the other units are fairly nearby, though, so he doesn't want to commit to it. Understandable. Drop in the main is going to get off, and if you get off, I mean, that's a lot of Marauders. Yeah, the Hellbats are the nicest part of this because the Hellbats are able to do so much tanking. The Widow Mine will help as well, but yeah, we just died for the Thors. Look how much damage the Marauders do to them. So much. We killed 2 Thors. Probably wasn't really worth it supply-wise. I think he should have honestly maybe tried to drop the tanks initially, but again, we see a bigger picture at any point in time than what ByuN is seeing, right? So definitely helps us to say those things as the Bio's going to come back up the high ground on the bottom side. Libera's are going to siege the Vikings overhead. That looks like a big win for ByuN. The Liberator count is definitely the issue at the moment. That's why, you know, Gumiho has been building Cyclones and Thors and all of that kind of stuff to help with that potential problem. Oh, the Widow Mine! Widow Mine! It does go off into the Vikings. It was targeted on the Libs first. They got out of reach. The Vikings do end up dropping. Yeah, a couple of Widow Mines here and there can actually be surprisingly effective because those Terran air units do have the natural kind of tendency to stack up. Bio into the center. Vikings over the top can get rid of that Lib as well. Hey, what's up, SkyQuan? Thank you so much for the fresh new Prime sub on Twitch. A Lib harassing that base. I really feel like that base is an easy target for ByuN with a drop at some point, but I mean, there's no Sense Tower in front of it as well. I'd be surprised if ByuN leaves that base alone for too much longer. Widow Mine, a few Hellions are still stepping up. Oh, that's coming through as well. Tanks will get cleaned out. This position of ByuN will not be held onto. Been taking a fight here. There's only one tank in the back. It always feels like without the tanks there's never really enough damage, but Thors can chunk through units. In this case, there is indeed just a little bit too much Terran Bio, though, and ByuN is going to come pushing through the center. Here on ley lines, ByuN scrapping for the first game victory. It was so bad for him at the start as well. He was able to really do so much on the counterattack, was really able to establish so much more economy than I think we really expected as well. This orbital is burning. Don't think it's going to last very long as the tanks are going to be able to be in range, and that is going to be GG's. ByuN takes the opening game of TVT. Just like that. So ByuN going to get the opening map here as we get ourselves ready for game number 2. We're going to be going to Amygdala. Going to get that ready to roll. All right, guys, how are you all feeling? How are we all doing? Welcome to the stream today. So good to see you all. Thank you for joining us as we get into some more StarCraft 2 action here in just a second for game number 2. Amygdala to continue this TVT. Couple TVTs to start the day off for us. As, yeah, we're going to do the top side of the bracket just in general first, do both the Terran versus Terran matchups, and then move into the bottom side where it's Shin versus Spirit, Winner versus Goblin. It's a very exciting section of the bracket, actually, just because it's unusual, the players that we have there. It's, like, not quite the norm. It's not quite what you usually expect to see. Something a little different. We are all ready. We've gained a caster somewhere. Beautiful. Heading into game number 2, Amygdala, for our second map of our series today, guys. And welcome everybody again. Hope you're doing great. Hope you're feeling good. Hope everyone is excited for some StarCraft 2. We'll get in game. Keep these games going. Did Wildy survive the early game? Absolutely. I mean, it's kind of TVT-esque to kind of survive a game, you know, an early game like that and then get back into it. But like that was particularly wild, right? That was particularly crazy this time around, I would say. It was definitely a rough position. As we get into game 2, in the top right corner of the map, our red Terran player, the Shopify Rebellion, it is ByuN. And in the bottom left, our blue Terran player is going to be Gumiho. Welcome everybody again as we go into game number 2. Just want to take a quick moment to say if you're watching on the YouTube, do consider hitting the like button on the video. It takes a second to scroll down and give it a click. I'm going to do it myself right now. So yeah, just scroll down below the stream, find the like button, give it a quick click. Super easy to do. Helps out a whole bunch. Being very quiet on YouTube today. I know you're there. I see that like number going up a little bit, so hello guys. Everyone's having a quiet Sunday morning / afternoon. Lurking away in the YouTube channel as well. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the likes. As we get this proxied barracks here from Gumiho. So 2 racks, 1 proxied, 1 not. This Rex will come through. The Reaper's building. Barracks on the way. Orbital's coming through on the other side as well. We continue to bring that into action here. Reapers will be popping in a couple moments. Obviously, ByuN is... he's looking as though he's maybe going to scout forward there, but he doesn't. He goes to the top side instead. So position might be just spot on in terms of being able to handle this from Gumiho without his opponent seeing what's up. There's the Reaper popping out of that proxy. ByuN is going to pull his own Reaper back. He pulls the SCV back to the high ground as well. So it looks as though he's... he didn't really... oh, he did have the money to build. So he's going to just build CC high ground. That's the correct response here. So ByuN making some adjustments as the 2 Reapers hop into the main. 2 Reapers show up as ByuN's actually going to have the better shots there. ByuN's going to kill the first Reaper. Disaster for Gumiho. You're meant to be in a position where you're able... oh, he cuts the corner off because he lowers the depot. Oh my goodness, that's going to kill the Reaper. Lifts the depot to push his opponent around the long way out. Takes the depot down to move through quickly himself. The supply depot kills that Reaper. Cute moves from ByuN here in game number 2 of this best of 5. Gumiho, this opening has absolutely flopped. As that is some pressure attempted, and the damage done is really pretty much just 0 right now. A couple of Reapers still just chilling up on the high ground here as another Reaper popped here, and we are going to be seeing the Reaper Hellion able to come through. What a defense out of ByuN. Just completely flops here for Gumiho, and that is going to be really rough for him at this stage. Get through here. A couple of units going to get 3 SCVs. Obviously, trade out for units if you can. Going to get that Reaper for the Reaper. No, he doesn't get the Reaper in the end because of the Cyclone shot. That means the Cyclone just going to continue to go and push on through. Cyclone the Marine is going to be there. The barracks get pushed over to the sides. Backfield on the way from Gumiho as he tries to get into the Cyclones as a follow-up. I mean, at this point, you know, this has been kind of the other end of the spectrum. Last game, Gumiho had a great opening, and he couldn't make it work. Now he's had a terrible opening. Can he somehow find a way to survive and bring us through to a different stage of this game? Or, I mean, I feel as though that's not likely to happen, but maybe we can give it a shot, give it a go. Magfield deletes the Raven. I forgot. I forgot Magfield just deletes things sometimes. That upgrade on the Cyclone makes them so beefy in terms of damage they can do. SCV's popping out again. Stimpack coming up. Siege tank and an extra couple of racks and engineering bays all building as well. Yeah, how about Raven? Moving about as we do have the Liberators continuing to build from Gumiho. Definitely got to go do something a little bit more kind of, you know, committed here. And I like just commitment to tanks, mech units, air units. Maybe even goes into one big push and just says, hey, look, if I just power into pure kind of like strong units and like siege units right now, and if I can just get into position, maybe that can undo some of the deficits I'm going to be working with otherwise. So yeah, I kind of like the concept that Gumiho's going for. And he is going to have a third base. He is building SC3s, but I think right now cutting upgrades, focusing on those units. And honestly, I don't know if I would hate it if... I mean, it's kind of weird because you kind of want to be the defender if you're going to play mech. Gumiho's going to laugh about the Cyclones getting caught in that medevac. You kind of want to be the defender if you play mech, right? But I almost feel as though maybe you can just get enough up quickly enough to maybe go. I mean, I guess if this was 30 seconds ago and you can get in position pre-stim or so, then yes. But it stands, that's probably not going to happen, so maybe just defending is the right call. It's definitely the safer kind of call, right? Hey, thank you, by the way, Resonate SCT 22-month resub on the Prime. Couple libs gonna siege up as we get an SCV or so there very quickly. And there's a couple of SCVs still building up some depots. The Marines are gonna step forward. Barracks taking damage. The Cyclones are going to be there. We have our 1-1 upgrades, combat shield all coming through. An extra couple of Vikings are on the way out as well, so bringing all of that by. As the Libs continue to fire. That's 7 SCVs going down. Gumiho is turning this as ByuN has an army on the map, but he's not really doing anything with it. He's going to get rid of these Liberators now, but that's a lot of mine time lost on the natural. ByuN is down 12 workers. Still has a slight army supply lead. Upgrades are there for him where they don't exist for his opponent. Gumiho's going to land those Vikings, which is a good call because you can get some damage done. Lifts them back up, gets out of Marauder reach. Not bad, not bad. Two more armories on the way up from Gumiho, a couple of Vikings, siege tanks, SCVs, all of that continue to build up as well. ByuN trying to break into this position. All the turrets go down to help lead the charge. Oh, the tanks that are sieged up there go down. It's going to be just good enough for ByuN. I mean, it looked as though Gumiho was doing a lot of good things, and I think he was, but you've still got to respect the power of the ByuN army after such a good start. That's going to be good enough to take us to a game 3 with ByuN in a 2-1 lead in the TVT. Fantastic start here so far from ByuN. Let's see if he can keep it up as we head into our third map. As ByuN is a map away from sweeping our first series of the day. Kind of hoping for Gumiho to fight back, you know? We kind of want Gumiho to fight back a little bit. Yeah, that depot micro is fun. Let's bring the clip up here while the game loads up. Show you guys. The depot micro is sick. Some adjustments as the 2 Reapers hop into the main. 2 Reapers show up as ByuN's actually going to have the better shots there. ByuN's going to kill the first Reaper. Disaster for Gumiho. Boom! You're meant to be in a position where you're... Oh, he cuts the corner off because he lowers the depot! Oh my goodness, that's going to kill the Reaper. Wow. Yep. That is a move and a half. Love that one. Love that one. Players ready up. Let me drag them into the correct positions and we'll get going into this next game. That was a great little moment. Someone missing Indy. Which of the 2 Koreans are better against Clem? I actually don't know. I think they both have their strengths. Maybe ByuN, maybe Gumiho. Honestly, like, TVT is so hard to tell in those regards on any given day. I think, like, name-wise, I'd probably just pick ByuN, but I don't know if that's necessarily completely true. Gooba5910, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Welcome back. On the loading screen here, El Dorado for game number 3. I think it's time we start cheering for the man in the bottom right who is going to be in the blue. Because we gotta see ourselves a game number 3, right? A game number 4 of this series, right? We don't just want to see some 3-0s. We want to try and steer away from those. We would love to see some competitive action across the course of this this day of playoff games. We got 5 best of 5s to get through. That doesn't mean we want them all to be short, right? So in the bottom right, it's Gumiho. Let's give him some love. Let's send some good vibes. Let's send some StarCraft micro feelings his way. Maybe it'll help him in this game number 3. And in the bottom left, our red Terran play from the Shopify Rebellion is ByuN. Yo, Fetzel! Thank you so much for the fresh new Prime sub to go along with Goober's 2-month resub on the Prime. Thank you guys for using your Primes on the channel. If you're sat there right now and you're thinking, is there something I forgot to check this month? Is there something I've forgotten to do? It's nagging at that back. It might just be that you forgot you use your Prime sub on the channel. So give it a check right now, see if that sub is available. If it is, you can drop it right here. Today is a special deal, Arenio. I just mentioned it before, but every sub over 1,000, we will add $2 to a WardiTV prize pool at big tournament next week. We will literally raise the prize pool for every sub that comes through today, pretty much. So, yeah, use your Prime sub today, and you are essentially going to add $2 to a tournament prize pool next week. That goes to gifters or any sort of sub that works for. So, great way to support the tournaments. More events coming through as we get going. Is above 1k subs the new norm? No, we're gonna lose in about 2 or 3 days we're gonna lose 200 subs, because last month we did that stream. I think it was the Home Story Cup stream, the qualifier. We did that stream and we had 200 gifted subs off of just 2 100 sub bombs off 2 different people. So we're gonna be minus 200 subs soon, but. So yeah, we're not going to stay above 1,000. That's why I didn't change the sub goal on the stream to be above 1,000 on the... I know the one in chat changes, Twitch does that automatically, but the one on the stream between games, I kept that at 1,000 because the goal is if we could stay towards 1,000, that's amazing, right? That's always my goal, so yeah. Well, it's not actually always my goal. It's my goal right now, though. If we can stay towards 1,000, that's incredible. It lets us do so much StarCraft. So yeah. Anyway, we have ourselves a little bit of Reaper action going on as Gumiho is going to get in, and he is going to have a great time, and this is going to be disaster for ByuN. Marine and the SCV going down. Second SCV will fall, and Gumiho is capitalizing on ByuN's greedy build. Marine into Reactor is not going very well here for ByuN. He's on his way to the Hellion, he's on his way to more Marines, but yes, this has gone absolutely wrong. Another SCV. Okay, that's 3 SCVs. Major delay on the CC. At this point, it was not worth building or skipping out on the Reaper. It's a risk you take. You can get the reactor up sooner. The factory comes in more quickly. You're saving 50 gas in your build order, but obviously you look at this right now and you can just, we can all say that this was not successful, right? We can all say that this was not successful. Yo, Nemo1980, thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Thanks for the awesome content. Thank you so much for supporting it. Like I say, going to continue to put more out there. More coming up very soon. Like I say, if you guys want a little spoiler for this week. Not really a spoiler, but the schedule for this week is looking a little bit like this. Everything's not set in stone just yet, but we're going to be doing WardiTV Mondays tomorrow, Alima League replays on Tuesday and Saturday, and we're going to put together a tournament for the Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday. So no stream Friday, but every other stream StarCraft 2 content. Beautiful. Beautiful. I think we're going to do some qualifiers, and then next week I can run the tournament. That actually makes more sense. Just looking at my schedule, I'm like, I don't know why I've written it down the way I have. I think I want to do some qualifiers for our tournament next week, see if anyone fun wants to try and qualify. Get some different players on the stream again. I always like doing qualifiers. The actual qualifiers themselves maybe aren't the best streams. They're a little bit shorter. They're a little bit kind of less, less kind of scripted in terms of we know how long they're going to be. They're usually a bit shorter and, a little bit scrappy. We got to wait around because it's an open qualifier, but I think the value of giving people a chance to play and, everyone gets a chance to come and, participate and try and qualify. I think there's a lot of value in that, so. Hell yeah. Marines and a medevac. We'll move around to the bottom side there. Raven coming up. A couple of SCVs are on the way through as well. Continue to settle in. Banshees and Reapers. I'm going to go through the center of the map, actually heading over to that left-hand side. Chilling out overhead, just going to be seeing those Banshees going to take a step forward. As the tank will siege. The Banshees being cloaked means they can start to put work in onto the units. Going to go for the Marines, then there's no anti-air! The Banshees will win the game! As, yeah, there's going to be no anti-air there. And Gumiho takes 5 minutes and 37 seconds to win a Game 3. I mean that we are going to get more StarCraft 2 action today. More games still coming up. You'll love to see that. We're going to Ultra Love. And I ultra love the fact that we get a 4th map. I'm going to make that joke so much when this map is in the map pool. I ultra love that play. Yeah, it's going to be a thing. I'm just going to give you guys the precursor warning to that. Hey, look, I'm not creative. I'm not funny. I'm just make myself giggle sometimes, you know? That's kind of the level you need to expect from me, okay? That was obviously a bad start from ByuN. And probably cuts a corner there, which means that he does not have as much as he probably should do in that sort of a scenario as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 casters, 2 players, 1,000 viewers, and we all go into another round of StarCraft 2 as we get to go to Ultra Love. Ready. Clem is celebrating here. It means he's got more time to potentially show up and wake up and be awake for his games. It was very risky when I was like, hey, Clem, you're going to play 2nd match instead of 3rd match. You know, that's a whole extra hour early he has to be up. But you know what? Clem's been waking up a bit earlier lately, so it's been working out for him a little bit. It's nice to see, Alright, my friends, everybody, how are we doing? We are on the loading screen, and we are counting into it. You guys feel like I don't know if I've moved more this way, or if my camera's, like, shifted angle a little bit. I feel like I want to move my camera back that way a bit. I feel like I'm still, like, hiding. I feel like I'm, like, talking to you guys from the corner over here, you know? I'm gonna relocate the camera. I kind of like being over to this side. You know, show off the cool stuff in the background. You guys can have something fun to watch instead of just my face between the games. But, like, I feel like I'm right in the corner at the moment. Red Terran in the top right-hand side is Gumiho. Some good damage early. Capitalizes on a bit of greed from ByuN. And is able to go and finish the game off with the Banshees that ByuN did not see coming, did not have any preparations for. Smartly goes straight after the Marines. You get rid of the anti-air, and ByuN will never be able to kill the Banshees, and then you're going to take so much more damage. Bottom left, the blue Terran player. This is Shopify Rebellion's ByuN. Our first series does drag through to this 4th game. We get there! Which, like I say, was not necessarily a guarantee based on what we've been seeing originally. Let's see what we get right now as we kick off. SCVs coming across the map, getting in positions. SCV comes about, factory on the way up. Get ourselves settled in. Even moves down from Gumiho coming to the bottom left-hand side. Well, a shot's going to come through. Hits going in. SCV going to take shots. Going to go SCV for an SCV. A little bit more impactful because obviously for Gumiho it means you're delaying the command center, so that SCV kill's a bit more valuable on your side. Your SCV was already on the map. Oh! Great grenade. Fantastic grenade. That grenade saves that Reaper. As ByuN was able to make the jump on it, right? He was able to close the gap. As ByuN closes the gap again. Nearly getting away there. That grenade was maybe not quite as good. The first grenade was extremely good. That grenade really did push the Reapers, stop the Reapers chasing. As now a Hellion shows up. Now ByuN's like, going a little bit too far forward. See, he's going to trade 1 for 2. It's not exactly, or 2 for 1, sorry, other way around. He loses 2, gets 1. Not exactly ideal. Well, our cyclone continues up. The medevac is on the way. Command center still building from ByuN. As we'll see, the ByuN is just going to get here. And Gumiho having some very good early moments of the game once again. The Reapers and the Hellions continue to poke away at the command center. Cyclone and medevac both coming through. As we continue to fire up some shots for the moment. Marine tanks on the way. I mean, it's good damage for it's good damage so far out of Gumiho, but it's obviously not like irrecoverable for ByuN. We saw him recover from much worse before. Medevac loads up, Cyclone gonna be there. Just gonna see the Viking, the siege tank coming through as well. Starport will move across to the reactor, just gonna take position on that straight away. Again, the Raven tank, a couple more Marines all coming through, a couple of Vikings on the way from Gumiho as well. We are going to get to the center. Cyclones will get rid of both Hellions. We'll get the Reaper as well. Able to take that down. Again, Raven, Interference Matrix. Continue to come through. The supply depot continuing up also. A couple more depots. Those Vikings on the way. Siege tank and the SCVs building as well. Time to go siege up. The Marines load. They're going to jump into the main base. Go next to those tanks, as we are going to be seeing the depot in the factory taking some damage. The Raven going to take a few shots as well. We will finish off the depot. There we go. Marines are going to try and step forward. The Marines going down. Already going to be seeing the auditors trying to take place, but they're not going to get there. They actually failed to drop the first time. Cyclones drop in as well to play the cleanup on the siege tank, so we're going to kill everything. Wow, that was an exciting couple of moments. I felt like Gumiho was doing extremely well. The cleanup, actually, when the cleanup started and the cleanup became a real fast factor. It was such an interesting fight. Like I say, definitely leant over to the side of Gumiho first. Came back towards ByuN a bit further down the line. This reminds you of ByuN, Gumiho, and IEM. It was your favorite series? Yeah? I don't remember ByuN, Gumiho. I find it very difficult to remember specific TVTs. TVTs are a very difficult matchup to remember. Cyclone is going to get there. Siege tank gets taken down. Vikings will get rid of the medevac. We land one Cyclone, one Viking. We're going to land another. The Cyclone gets turned around there. Seeing a couple more Vikings coming up. The armory is still coming through. Refinery building as well. A couple more barracks on the way. And 1-1 upgrades and stim pack continuing through for the moment. So we're getting all of that up and running. Tanks set in siege, 1-1 upgrades and stim pack continuing through with a couple of additional barracks on the way as well. Marines, tanks, the Raven all continue to join together. And then fill up reigniter, +1 vehicle weapons, all coming out as we speak. Just going to see the rest of those tanks getting settled down. A couple more Vikings and Hellions on the way up as well. The Vikings will still gather just out the front of that third base. The couple of Hellions are going to get there. Cyclone gets rid of one Hellion, going to chase for the other. Can survive, not doing super hot right now. You can see the tanks and marines staying spread on the bottom sides. Raven overhead, still got our 1-1 upgrades coming through. Concussive shells and combat shields on the way as well. Tanks in position. Refinery will still take a few more shots there. We're going to scan again. Going to be a couple more hits coming through, and that refinery will drop. So refinery does go down. Vikings still hanging on. Going to keep pushing. I like the position of ByuN. I am amazed I got to a 4th game of a TVT without harping on about the positional value of a TVT. Usually I talk about position as being such a great resource in TVT. It makes up for so many other things. And that's really very true. Positioning in TVT is such a valuable factor. You can do so much with a position because positions in TVT are so much harder to break back out of and to retake from your opponent. That was a good counterattack with the Hellions. The blue flame allows you to get SCVs quickly, and that is going to be a chunk going down. Gumiho continuing to just trend toward playing mech. Over the course of this best of 5, he really knows what he wants. Oh, that tank's going to go down, trying to siege up further forward. We're still losing SCVs when they trickle into range on the mineral line as well. Half that mineral line can't mine. 4th base going to try to land from Gumiho. A single marine leads the charge up. Just going to try and get an idea of where we're at. Liberator's about to show as well. One thing about the Libs here is you're going to force the tanks to unsiege, but there's nothing to really capitalize on that unsiege. Right? There's nothing to kind of chase in. That's the kind of problem with playing mech. You don't have a group of units that can be like, right, perfect, this is our opportunity, boom, and then you jump on the, jump on the chance. It doesn't really work out like that as Biotank getting back into the center. Still have our +1 vehicle plane coming through, +2 vehicle weapons, Alien, siege tanks all on the way. Armory coming through on the side of ByuN. We are going to dive forwards here. Siege tank goes down already. There's going to be a sense tower right there as well. We're going to have to take some care of. Fire continues through. Hellions are dropping. And ByuN, he's going to get the Liberator sieging on him. Can he get rid of that Liberator? Where is the Liberator? Oh, it is right there. I was going to say the Marines do have a chance to get rid of it. The Vikings are going to land to get rid of the tanks. Marauders will be nearby, though I don't think I like that for Gumiho. It's not going to go well for him. He is going to tap out of this game, and ByuN will take the first series of the day. He becomes a semi-finalist in this PTR Cup number 2, and he will be facing up against Clem as he takes on another Terran player up next. ByuN lost out in the round of 6, round of 8, whatever you want to call it, last week against Showtime in an epic 5-game thriller. This time he gets through to the semis. Let's see what he goes on as he plays against Clem here in this best of 5 that's coming up. In just a couple of moments, let me ping Clem. And we'll get him here, and we'll get Clem ready to play some StarCraft. Perfect. We'll message Clem and get him here. And Gumiho is going to be falling, unfortunately, in the round of... Like I say, it's top 6 play this bracket. Obviously, the first place finishes the group's got to buy into the round of 4, so it's kind of a round of 6. We can call it quarterfinals if you want. But yeah, Gumiho will fall there. Yeah, fun to see Gumiho playing, though. Hoping he takes part in next week's competition as well. WardiTV, are you... Again, the naming of next week's tournament is going to blow your mind. WardiTV November. Yes, I know. Isn't that ridiculous? Ridiculous and redonkulous. Yep. So WardiTV in November next week. And the start of it, at least. We're going to have that event going over 2 weeks. And like I say, that will pretty much bring us up to the week of Home Story Cup. We'll probably have to run something the first couple of days of that week. Actually, no. We literally have like 1 day to fill that week, the 27th. So I'll have to try and figure that out. Yeah. Yeah. Hashtag no Nexus November. Yeah. Yeah, I knew you guys would be impressed by the name for next week's event. Beautiful. Beautiful. Like I say, guys, just waiting on Clem. He is on his way. He gets set to go. Go. Poetry. Beautiful stuff. Alright guys, like I said, Clem is on his way. Clem, ByuN coming up next as we keep the games going. So it's going to be Clem versus ByuN, then Spirit versus Shin, Goblin versus the winner of that series between Spirit and Shin, and then the grand finals. 5 best of 5s in total today here on the WardiTV channel. On Twitch, on YouTube. How are we doing on the... I'm going to call you out, YouTube, if you haven't got us above. We got 200 viewers. We should have at least 50 likes on the stream. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. 43. Uh-oh. YouTube viewers. Oh, I see someone just hit it up to 44k. You're not in trouble. Give the stream some likes, guys. Let's get it above 50 at least. The more love that YouTube sees going on the stream, the more they're like, whoa, people like watching StarCraft. And then they promote StarCraft to more people. And what I've learned about people, this is a really funny thing. People are quite simple, where like if you show them something, they're very likely to be like, oh yeah, I'll click on that and watch that. So your like can literally increase the viewership of StarCraft. You are going to be saving StarCraft. You can be a StarCraft savior right now. And it all starts with the like of a YouTube video. See, you know what, like, I couldn't make it sound easier if I tried, because it really couldn't be easier. Okay, I'm memeing on a little bit. We are just killing a couple of moments for Clem. You're so important right now. Hell yeah, you are. Look, it's a team effort, you know. Every like counts. Every view counts. Yeah, good job, YouTube. We got up to 60 likes. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about here. We should be going in just a few, guys. Clem and ByuN are going to take to the stage. Like how the tournament name reflects the time of our year from a direct perspective. Yeah, you know, yeah. You know, we used to do winter championship and stuff, and then everyone argued when it was winter and stuff. At least I know this tournament will end in November, right? Like, you know, there's a bonus to that. Alright guys, just getting set to roll. Ready to jump into El Dorado. ByuN versus Clem coming up. December 1st, Wardy November Championship semifinals. Look, no, it's going to end. It's going to be, unless there's an emergency, it's going to end before then. And then we can do our Wardy. You know what, like, I feel like it's been such a long time since we did, like, some December tournaments. Like, last year, we didn't really do anything in December. Because Atlanta was on in December. No one wanted to play anything. Like, December was kind of sad last year. Usually we do, like, the WardiTV Christmas Invitational. We do the WardiTV Christmas Day games. We're definitely going to do the WardiTV Christmas Day games again. Hopefully you guys are looking forward to that. So yeah, WardiTV Christmas Day games. In case you're not familiar, the WardiTV Christmas Day games is we run like a $2,000 8-player tournament. It's just like single elimination. We play it before Christmas Day. I cast it before Christmas Day. Like, basically I pre-record it, and then we put it out as essentially a live product on Christmas Day, so you guys have like 7 to 8 hours of content on Christmas. So it's pretty cool. It's very popular. People love it. We love doing it. It's very fun. I hang out and chat a whole bunch as well. Throughout the day, here and there, I pop in and see how everyone's doing and how everything's going. So, yeah. It's a lot of fun, the Christmas Day games. We're definitely going to be bringing those back this year. But I want to bring back the Christmas Invitational, too. That was a classic WardiTV event. We didn't get to do it last year. Let's bring it back. And then the question is, are we going to do a WardiTV 2024 Grand Championship? I don't know if we can actually afford to do that this year. Maybe on a smaller scale. Usually our end-of-year championships are like a bit bigger, $10,000, $15,000 last year actually, but I just don't actually think we have the funds for that right now. But maybe we can do like a 5K 2024 championship. Something along those lines would be cool. Maybe, possibly. We haven't really done a lot of tournaments this year. So last year, the whole WardiTV tournament circuit built into our championship. $15,000 end-of-year championship. Players qualified throughout the year by playing in our tournaments. There was a couple open qualifiers in case you're not a Wardy fan and you didn't play in everything throughout the year. But, yeah, we definitely can't go to 15K. We had a sponsor to help us get there last year. I don't think I can afford tank. Maybe we could do like a 5K event. Something like that. Alright guys, enough killing time. I'm thinking out loud about tournaments and stuff. In the bottom left corner, our blue Terran player. This is ByuN. In the semi-finals here of our second PTR event. In the bottom right, our red Terran from Team Liquid is Clem. Game number 1 of this best of 5 semi-final. I'm excited to see some TVT from Clem. We know that his TVT has been on the up and up as of late. He's definitely, you know, the big question mark going into eSports World Cup was, hey, Clem's been in Korea practicing. How's his TVT going to look now? We never really found out at the eSports World Cup. But man, after the eSports World Cup, he actually had a lot of very good TVTs. He actually looked really good in the matchup against a wide breadth of Terran opponents. So I'm very excited to see what Clem brings today as he takes on ByuN in this best of 5. Reaper on the way up. A Marine building from ByuN on the other side as well. Orbital coming through. Yeah, no wall off. Look at ByuN. He's going to go no wall. This is ever so slightly greedier because you don't have to send the SCV from here to here to build the depot. So it's a little bit more economical. ByuN just trying to eke out each little bit of greed he can right now. And it's exactly what he wanted to do against Gumiho as well. Just kind of say, right, one Marine into my factory. I skip out, you know, go straight to the reactor as well. It's the kind of build that should die to Clem. And what Clem is doing. Because Clem's going 2 racks Reaper. Gumiho basically killed ByuN with 1 Rax Reaper. Now Clem's going 2 Rax Reaper. So this should be extremely good for Clem. This should not really be a contest early. As long as Clem attacks. If Clem doesn't attack, then this could be kind of rough for him because his opponent would be getting away with a lot of greed, but Clem's moving forward. ByuN still only has 1 Marine. The only downside is that Clem waited for his 2nd Reaper, whereas Gumiho went with 1 Reaper, and that was already very effective. Clem will be there in time to deny this SCV on the command center. Now, does Clem go up the ramp? There's a world here where Clem respects the possibility that ByuN has a Reaper up that ramp, so he's not going to go diving forward. That's going to give ByuN time to get the Hellion and the Marines out. Yeah, Clem just respecting ByuN and expecting kind of the non-greedy or the kind of the regular build. And I think that's going to be what ByuN was kind of relying on to some extent here, where it's like, hey, if you just play like I'm playing normally, I can get away with this, right? And it's all because of the position you're in, the kind of setup you get to. Yeah, Clem doesn't do that much, quite frankly, at the end of the day. And ByuN gets away with a little bit of greed early on, so there you go. It's funny, isn't it, how it's like you're safe because your opponent expects you to just be doing the normal thing. Now this is rough for Clem. You invest into 3 Reapers, your opponent got away with mega greed. Clem is starting a very fast 3rd CC. ByuN is on his way to a Banshee, so again, just a lot of tech coming out from him almost straight away. Reapers and the Marines join back up together. Marines continue to come through. Stimpack and the Cyclone continue to come about. Raven intervenes, Matrix on the way up. It's going to be seeing our tank in a siege. Couple more Marines coming out onto the low ground. The Stimpack coming through. Tanks, Marines in production. Starport building on the side of Clem. That's kind of anticlimactic. Banji comes in, gets 3 SCV kills, and that's going to be about that. So 3 SCVs only going down. Do have a couple of engineering base still building up as well. Just going to chase the Hellions for a couple of moments. 1-1 upgrades coming through, Marines and a tank coming about, second racks on the way up. We're going to see those Hellions getting chased by the Reapers. Clem's still keeping these alive and giving himself the chance to, you know, be on the map and be active. Obviously, Reapers can regen over time. A couple of Hellions continue up to kind of back away, and they have to go home to get repaired, so Reapers kind of win that map control war for the moment. Here in El Dorado, you are playing this map, which has that kind of bottom. It's not really half, you know, Golden Wall actually was more half and half. This is like a large top portion of the map, like 2/3 of the map, and then the bottom third of the map is on that bottom side, which is less accessible until rocks and minerals get mined out, so it takes a little while to kind of get through to that stage. As the Italians go around the upper right-hand corner, they're going to end up coming towards this third base over here. People still chilling on the far left side as the Italian comes through, and a couple of SCVs will begin to drop. Still got those 1-1 upgrades, that combat shield coming up. Clem is expected to be faster on combat shield because he was on 2 racks earlier in the game, so it makes sense to see him having that upgrade coming through and finishing very shortly. I get rid of the Hellion over in the corner. Sense Tower still building, barracks are still on the way. A couple of supply depots coming through from Clem as well. As 2 medevacs will get down to the south, so 2 medevacs coming straight on in. Again, 1-1 upgrades and combat shield building up as we speak. Continue to get this all on the go as those medevacs go to the far bottom side. First in, just going to see the Cyclone locking on. Wow, that's a full medevac going down. Amazing immediate defense here. Missile turret plus Cyclone. Cyclone has that little bit of extra range. That's very good. I think the Cyclone still is bugged where it unlocks after 9 range instead of 15. So I'm going to knock the rocks down. This is a quick way to kind of, you know, just kind of make sure that that's not a factor later on. Still have the mineral wall off there as well, which is going to be a factor, but once he kills some of these rocks, I believe it opens like a small pathway on the right side, right? Oh no, he's just going to drop one, oh sorry, I missaw that. He is going to have to bring the SCV to mine. So he's going to open up the pathway by bringing the SCV to mine. And he tries to take the watchtower, but ByuN was already there. Yeah, for some reason I thought when you knocked the rocks down, it actually created like a 1-tile gap on the side of the mineral wall, so you didn't have to mine the mineral wall out at all, but yeah, apparently I'm just not very smart. You know what, after that ByuN play yesterday where he didn't actually knock the rocks down himself, but he blew up Banelings and knocked the rocks down that saved his army. After watching that yesterday, I'm like, man, there's just positions of this. I don't quite 100% know exactly how this map is laid out, apparently. There's the army. The medevacs come down the bottom. Marines and Siege Tank going to try and get into the main base. ByuN going to build a 4th on location. Clem is right there. ByuN doesn't see it. Very rare for ByuN to be slow to go back and cancel something. He's going to have to drop to deal with in the main base as well. Lots of Marines and SCVs are going to pull into this. I don't actually think we needed the SCVs to pull in. I think that's a missed... I think that's sad, actually, because he's going to lose a lot of SCVs that just didn't have to go down. Meanwhile, the position of Clem at the front is amazing. 30 supply lead for him currently, as Clem is in a stellar position in this game number 1. Now 36 supply ahead. Yeah, looking great. He did lose the medevac in the main, by the way. We didn't see it go down, but we did know it was being chased as we drop an interference matrix on the side of ByuN. But Clem just says, I've got enough to run up. There's a ramp. He's going to get, well, 1.5 siege tanks. The second tank is going to be on low HP. And oh, Clem doesn't have the vision. Otherwise, he actually probably would have... Yeah, probably wouldn't have killed it, but he would have had the tank lower at least. Missed opportunity there. Hey, Twadzy, thank you so much for the 22-month resub on the Prime. Welcome back, as Marine's still moving about. You just started playing ST for the first time. How do you move and shoot Marines so fast repeatedly? You right-click somewhere to make the move command, and then you click A and left-click, so you attack command them towards the units. So that's how you kind of like kite with them or attack and essentially it's called stutter stepping. So right click move command, A click, and they attack. Right move, A click, left click, attack. And then you just do that very quickly. You can also, depending on the situation, you can also kind of like right-click to move and then stop them. So if you press S, the stop command, or I don't, if you press H for hold position, you can kind of like hold position them, and then it's like you right-click, hold position, they shoot when they hold position, they right-click to move, because they don't shoot when they're move commanding, but they shoot if they're stood stationary and there's units in range. So if you right-click, hold, that works as well. But that's not always good, because not all of them necessarily shoot. If you right-click and A-click, it's a lot better. But yeah, that's just a little micro trick you gotta learn. One of the things you gotta figure out in the world of SE2. This position is still very much so just stable over here. As Clem holds this location. Because Clem kind of has a lot of attention being taken over there, ByuN's tried to go and, mine the bottom side of the map instead. But this gold is going to be denied as a few Marines get above it, and those minerals are going to be stopped from mining right away there. There's Clem, like I say, good control of this opening map. They get through, another couple of units go down on the watchtower. Siege Tank doesn't have vision there, by the way. There's line of sight blockers between the minerals and the rocks, so Siege Tank could not see to fight through onto that group of Marines as they approached. There's Clem. Trying to really, again, fight from the middle position. He doesn't realize how much of ByuN's army is there, though. Loses a tank. Awkward position to play in, because obviously ByuN can threaten from this bottom side the main base of Clem. And if Clem lets his main base come under attack, and, that can go very wrong very quickly. If you start to lose your production, that can be really difficult for you. So that could be an issue. That could be a problem as we move along this. Liberator will siege. A couple of tanks there likely going to have to back it up or just die. ByuN is making a breakout, and it's getting to the point where I don't know if Clem is really benefiting from holding that position anymore. And it's getting scary because he's got still so much supply over there. This is where you maybe get, like I say, drawn out and you create openings for your opponent to come through and perhaps see some potential. Engineering Bay number 1 goes down. That's a huge denial as +3 attack gets taken. +3 armor gets taken out. +3 attack will be next on the list. We try to break through the center here as Clem has the watchtower area. I mean, ByuN has to bring the medevacs back. It was going okay for Clem until the medevacs returned and they begun to unload. Clem really stalled. Like, he was doing great, fantastic, but now he's really had issues just kind of making the correct moves towards the end here, just because I feel like he's like, oh, I'm in a good position, but now he kind of ran out of ideas of what to do next. He's getting overrun a little bit, needs tanks to siege, needs to hold some positions. This is like I said, you've got a lot of units on that far left side of the map that just aren't really making any critical plays at the moment. And that's supply invested that, like I say, at first that was annoying for ByuN, but it got to a point where it wasn't achieving anything else, and ByuN started to play through the bottom side of the map instead, and so Clem just had a lot of supply, not really achieving its goals out on the map at all. Green tank gathers on the watchtower. 3-3 upgrades finishing from Clem in a moment. Interference matrix coming through. A couple of ravens still coming up as well. We'll unload Liberator. Gonna take a couple of shots. Just gonna try and get in the back. And gonna take the long way around to avoid the position of his opponent. A couple of tanks there putting in work from Clem. They get a couple of tanks of his opponent immediately, but he's gonna lose out in the end. Landry Fortress now in trouble at forward base. Likely to go down. That would reset us to 4 bases each. So it's not the end of the world for Clem if this position falls, as we are going to see a few Marines is going to try and join in while the planetary drops. Let's see if he's going to go hide in the corner as Clem. Issue right now seems to be siege tank count. Being down on 5 while his opponent sits on 11 is not great for him. He's getting a couple of Vikings up, getting some air control. Could be a swing in this TVT. You get air control, there's so much you can do from there. ByuN starts to set up the missile turrets and just coverage on the bottom side of the map in general, so really protecting that gold base. And again, he could move through. I said it's actually 4 bases each, but ByuN's actually mining this base as well, which does act as a base 5 for minerals, so apologies. So this is actually going to be kind of a 5th base setup for ByuN. As we are going to see anti-arm missile dropping down. Does that help? Clem comes in for the flank, but those Marines, I think, are hotkeyed with everything else. I think ByuN has completed the turnaround in his best of 5 game 1, as he chases his opponent down in toward the main. Clem is going to have units on the bottom side. This is only an orbital, so if there's ever potential, that might be it to get something done, but the overall supply is just dropping so dramatically. Marines turn back onto the orbital. Tanks will siege that big line of tanks getting set up there. I think we are indeed coming to an end of this game. GG, says Clem, and ByuN takes game 1 of this best of 5. Wow, what a turnaround from ByuN. Clem kind of actually looked like old Clem there, where he gets into great positions in TVT, but he struggles to close games out. And that's exactly what that was. He got into a great position, but he really, really struggled to kind of finish the game up eventually. And ByuN is going to take the first game. He's going to be in the lead here in this semi-final. Like I said, I think Clem just got a little bit too overeager on that left-hand side. Not that he was reinforcing the left-hand side, that he didn't get anything else done with the left-hand side, right? Like, he really hit a brick wall in that position eventually where he wasn't doing anything else at, at some point. And then that obviously became very sad. So yeah, just had so much supply over there that was no longer achieving anything. We get ready to go into our next game here in a couple moments. Clem's just in the replay, so I'll give him a second. So yeah, hey, ready? Let's jump into game number 2 of this, guys, as we kick off into more action. ByuN leads the series 1-0. Game 2 on the way. Alright, let's kick this off as we have in the top right corner of the map our red Terran player. From the Shopify Rebellion, this is going to be ByuN. And he is up 1 in this series as he takes on in the bottom left-hand side the blue Terran from Team Liquid. It's Clem. We're here on ley lines. Sizable map, a lot of bases, and a lot of forward bases that could be very interesting for TVT. A lot of stuff that just points out to the middle of the map. It's very inviting for Terrans to get stuff done on those bases if that's where you decide to expand to. So let's see how it goes. Thank you so much, Qwerty259, coming in with the 42-month resub on the Prime. Great to see you today. Thank you so much for using your resub on the channel. Super appreciated. Thank you so much. Game 2 of our best of 5. Couple of racks on the way up. Clem gonna go for this build again. I mean, remember the start last time was, in theory, Clem should have done so much because of how greedy ByuN was being. And Clem just respected the idea that ByuN likely had a Reaper on the high ground, so, and he really played into the trap. We saw how that could go wrong when ByuN played against Gumiho in that previous series. We saw how it can go right when he plays against Clem in that next one. It's a great comparison, actually, just from one series to the next, showing us, hey, look, this build didn't work out against Gumiho. It probably looked a bit silly, but look, I was dead serious. I was dead serious in what I was doing. Two Reapers will be on the way, so clearly Clem still feels as though this is one of his better options to get set up here initially. Two Reapers coming up, the factory moving through. set into position as we, like I say, take a couple of moments here. The Reapers are making their way to the upper right-hand side, so they're going to go journeying across as well. Just for now. And try and poke at the front. Not much success found. Obviously, there's a much more regular build from ByuN, so he should have less issues against this compared to what we were seeing previously. As we'll still get ourselves an SCV though, so delay on the command center, and Clem finding some value so far. I'm going to move back down to the low ground a little bit as well. We'll continue to fight. CC is actually in some trouble as additional Reapers show up as well. Clem went to 4 Reapers last game. I believe he stuck on the stuck on the 3 Reapers initially. So Edwin goes for an extra Reaper here, gets the Reaper. Cyclone will help a lot in the defense though, so gonna be able to clean that up as well. Last couple of Reapers gonna try and come back around, gonna try and hit this mineral line once again. Don't think we're gonna be able to do too much there though. I think we're gonna be running out of opportunity at about that point. Well, Clem pulls back. Command center is on the way up. The medevac building. Siege tank and another couple of Marines coming in from the other side as well. For the Reapers, 2 Hellions. Going to pull back down to that bottom left-hand side. Medevac, Cyclone, another Marine, Reactor, all building through here from Clem as the Medevac will load up and Clem will begin to move out towards the upper right, so he's going to get journeying across there pretty much immediately. Again, the Siege Tank Viking on the way as well as ByuN continues through the center. Clem's going to see those units coming. He sees the Medevac. ByuN loads the Siege Tank. I don't know what that's going to do. It's not like that was a Cyclone in there. That maybe that could have actually locked on and done something, so it's an amusing moment to say the least. Hallian going to get into the mineral line here. Some damage starts to be done. A couple of SCVs will have to pull away. Marines will start to drop. In the end, ByuN has been supposed to come back, but we're not really going to do that much here anyways, so I think this is going to end up being a pretty just chill scenario. Feels pretty laid back as our units get back into position. And tank is going to relocate. We are going to be seeing Clem getting back home. Everyone's going to settle down from this dropping each other situation, and we're just going to get back into this game 2 without anyone being in too much trouble for the moment. Is it on Central? This game's on West, so first game was Central, second game West. And obviously go Central, West, Central for 3, 4, and 5. However much we need. Maybe they're still going up the top. Medevac army moving back out once again. They're getting into the center a little bit. Triple drop from ByuN. Actually has a little bit of a danger factor to it for sure. We'll see what that can get up to here. As we settle in, the Medevac's ready to drop into this main base. In we go. Clem did not really see this coming at all, so did not get any pre-warning about this one. That means that these tanks are going to get in. Marines will be able to unload. There is one tank defensively placed from Clem initially, but you've got to try and figure out a way to get forward towards this Marine tank army. Viking going to shoot. Here we go. SCVs are going to start pulling in as well. That's dangerous. Clem's going to drop the auto turret out. Use these SCVs to tank some of the damage. Interference Matrix was good on one of the tanks. Cleans up, only losing 6 SCVs. I like it a lot for Clem. Worker count is still very respectable for him here. The army supply is very good for him coming out of this as well, as that Viking lands, gets killed immediately, gets a couple SCVs more, but that's about it. So Clem's taking slight SCV damage, but overall, I think it's fine. I think he recovers from that easily enough to get through to the other side of all of this. Pretty, interesting little scenario in the end. We've seen our Medevac still moving through. The Stim and 1-1 upgrades all coming about as well here currently. See, a few Marines going to try and drop back in here, but the SCV is ready to repair. Well, there's a few more workers, but again, it comes at the cost of army supply of ByuN, and maybe that gives Clem a chance to get going on the other direction. Marines dropping in the back, SCV's taking some shots. Order will continue up one more time. So a few Marines still trying to step into this, actually going to chase those siege tanks away. They will get pushed away once more. You'll see the Marines still trying to come through as well. A couple of SCVs getting chased. Damage being done. So the Marine's going to go after the medevac. Medevac gets pushed away for the moment. Looks like Clem has just a few of these Marines himself going to get in, get an SCV. Try to offset a little bit of that scenario for now. Any SCVs you get is generally going to be a pretty decent little bonus, so got a couple of those wherever possible. Going to come around the bottom side. We will see the missile turret coming up. Is again just another big drop. There's the position that ByuN has tried to use a couple times over. It's a big map. There's a lot of area accessible to kind of, you know, these bases, and ByuN's really trying to take advantage of that. Drop straight in. Again, Clem not in position. This time doesn't even have a tank nearby to, you know, start this off or anything. Starport and the factory do lift up and pull away. The few Marines are going to try and get there. Reactor will go down. Refinery's taking shots. More SCVs. Moving back across as we will drop the matrices. Here comes Clem, tank, siege, and Marines arriving. ByuN is going to be on a 2-2 upgrade lead as well, by the way, eventually. His 2-2 is on the way much sooner than his opponents. As Marines hit at the front, the orbital taking a lot of shots here. Orbital's going to die as ByuN is going to get rid of that base of Clem, and Clem continue running into trouble. This game definitely has to be much more about ByuN from the very start. I can't believe that base lives, by the way. That's an absolutely ridiculous save. I genuinely can't quite believe that that's gone down. That is a truly crazy little scenario in that one. You see Marines now chasing. ByuN will lose a little bit more supply. Clem is honestly so close in this game. I really felt like this was a game-losing moment, and yet here we are. It was not, in fact, a game-losing moment. This game definitely stays going for the moment now as we just see our Marines coming through. A little bit more setup coming by. ByuN's now trying to chase in. Clem trying to play the defense. Going to be a scrappy fight in the middle of the map. A very scrappy fight in the middle of the map here as we have the army of Clem going to get back around the top side. Looks as though he's making this happen at the moment. Looks as though we're getting there. $130 supply each. Clem still trailing on workers. 2-2 finishing from ByuN. You know what? If we have a lot of scrappy fights, the upgrade difference could come into play in a big way. That could be a major kind of deal breaker on this. So that is one thing to perhaps be slightly concerned on. Upgrades coming through, +1 vehicle weapons coming down, a couple of siege tanks and Marines all coming in as well as the planetary fortress sets up that fourth base, establishing from both players. Marine tank just going to come moving through a couple of seconds. We do have ByuN once again, the player who's consistently kind of out on the map and really the player who's trying to get out there and really do things on a regular basis. He's definitely been on Clem's side of the map more often than Clem has been on the other side of the map, so it's been very fun to watch. Driving forwards here, Marines actually going to get a jump as Clem Just drop the anti-armor missile though. Can he fight into the siege tanks? Talked about positioning. This is one of those moments where positioning is extremely valuable. And in this moment, positioning does allow ByuN to kind of hold his ground as Clem will try and drop on top. The tanks on siege. Yeah, good move from ByuN to get unsieged there. Taking a 5th base as this happens. Again, he can do that freely because he's the aggressor at the moment. There's nothing to really stop him doing it. So he's going to be able to get away with making that move. Vikings move about. +3 attack, +3 armor on the way from ByuN. Both of those coming up. Tanks on the edge there, going to hit the starport. Need to press up, just going to be seeing ByuN still just bringing everything down the bottom. Clem has no counter-attacking going on as ByuN feels like he can break in. He gets rid of a couple of tanks in the front. Clem is very choked up. No healing on the Marines either. Didn't stim any of those Marines. Took a long time to respond. He was along the bottom with a bunch of units. Trying to bring those back into play right now, but I'm not sure that's really going to work. It looks as though ByuN is going to take over this game number 2. Because I think he's just in too much of a position right here. The Medivacs continue to boost about. The orbital, the starport taking damage still. Tanks are going to siege up once again. Kind of supply has kind of hung around the 15 to 20 difference so far, but I think we're really at the point now where this is pretty much, I want to say it's coming to a close, but like Clem is still kind of alive. It's mostly only tanks left right now from ByuN. If Clem could find a way to clean those up, that's more easily said than done. Dropping on top would have been neat like 15 seconds ago. Right now it's a little bit too late though. Orbital command lifts up. This one's been saved at a clutch moment before. I don't think that happens twice. This one will burn down as ByuN maintains the lead. Oh, its natural expansion goes down as well. I think Clem is completely broken here as it just looks as though ByuN has too much going on for the moment. I think we're going to have ourselves a GG coming through very soon. ByuN going to take a 2-0 lead in this semi-final. Clem going to have to come in and try and turn this all around. Trying to fight, but yeah, he's just out of numbers. ByuN's been kind of winning this game for a long time. Again, I think Clem's done a decent job of staying alive to make this more competitive than it ever really initially was. He just had one lib, yeah, but I mean, how was Clem ever meant to get to the point where he was able to afford liberators in the first place, right, is kind of the question mark. Slow death. ByuN has a lot of money as well. Even if he somehow got cleaned up here, he's in a position to play the rebuild where Clem is not, of course, especially after losing 2 orbitals already. If Vikings put in whatever work they can, we will win the tank trade. Actually, we won't win that tank trade if that goes like that, but yeah, okay. GG gets called. This game comes to a close. 60 minutes on ley lines is going to see ByuN at a 2-0 lead. So ByuN is a map away from marching into the finals here. As Clem is going to hit some trouble. Yeah, it's probably because Max Packs isn't in the tournament, guys. How's Clem meant to do well when he doesn't have Max Packs to potentially play against in the finals? It feels like that's almost a power boost to Clem. He's almost guaranteed to do well in that kind of a scenario. As we'll go to game number 3, Whispers of Gold, and it's do or die here for our French world champion. Nope, should be central. My bad. Cancel that, put central on. Up the lobby link, and we'll take a moment to head into game 3. Alright, move Clem into player spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 casters. Ready. We are good to go into game 3 of this TVT. Clem and ByuN going to battle on Whispers of Gold. Let's see what will go down. Get into this. This was the gold on the loading screen. in game in a moment, my friends. Thank you for joining us today. It's so good to see you all. Your ship looking great, especially considering we're in some TVT right now. Obviously, later on we are going to be having some non-TVT matchups that will be coming up just a bit further down the line here. Just to let you guys know. Going game, as we have got in the bottom right corner of the map with a 2-0 lead. That's how he started the first series today as well, then ended up dropping map 3. Let's see if it's a similar trend. It is going to be in the bottom right. ByuN, our blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion. In the top left, our red Terran player is going to be Clem. Let's start it off, see where we're going to go, see what the plan's going to be. So we get a few moments of just setting up. TVT does usually kick into play pretty quickly, but obviously still have a couple, like every matchup has a couple minutes of needing to get a little bit of something on the go before everything else gets going. But Michael in the chat, how you doing in the YouTube? Pedro, these tournaments brighten up my Sunday. Hell yeah, glad to have you with us. Enjoying the weekend streams lately. Been having a lot of fun, a lot of support. You wonder if Wardy can say the alphabet backwards. Of course I can say the alphabet backwards. Unfortunately, I don't perform for mere Twitch chat requests, I'm sorry. So, you know, someday, you know, maybe in the far future, we'll do as like a 17,000 subscriber goal or something, you know? Reaper is going to move up. Clem is a gain on 2 Reapers on the way. This time it's just a reactor first from him, so a different way to kind of get a couple Reapers up early. Not quite the same as the double racks that we've seen before. Reapers and Hellion on the way up. Commands into coming through the starport building from ByuN. He settled down in the front of the natural for a couple of moments as Clem gets his numbers. ByuN has his Reaper Hellion. I don't think we're going anywhere anytime soon here. Looks as though we're sitting back and chilling out for a couple of moments. A few more units continue to come around. Again, the Cyclone, the Marines producing the starport on the way in. Command center coming online as we speak. Why do they keep switching colors? It's literally just based on the order in which, yeah, it's literally just the order which they join the lobby. As this fight's gonna go very well for Clem, but there's the Cyclone to save the day, but he'll get a few SCVs at the end of this, so that's pretty nice. Gonna get 2, gonna make it 3 easily. That should be about it. We get one more shot for 4. Gives up all the units, but I mean, a lot of workers, traded well with the army as well. Pretty decent. Yeah, when you join the lobby in a game of StarCraft 2, it assigns you a color. Now, a lot of the time, so usually what the issue is when they swap colors is that it should preserve your color you played the last game as, but it doesn't do that if you join in a spectator slot. It only does that if you join in the player slot. But obviously, when we're dropping the lobby link, all the casters are joining the lobby as well, so the players don't get the player slots immediately. Sometimes they join as a spectator. Then when you drag them in position, they're just the wrong colors, the wrong way around on the colors based on where we drag them. Because I don't remember what color they were in the last game anyways. So it's not like they're sat there just like specifically changing their color, you know, purposefully. It's just the way that they join the lobby and what StarCraft 2 remembers and how it then chooses to set the colors. They could swap around. I don't enforce it. Marines coming through. Medevac coming over. Starport lifts off the tech lab. Factory going to go and drop into a reactor, so will the starport, making way for the barracks to go into the tech labs to give us some upgrades. As ByuN gets the build set up. Interference Matrix is building through. It's going to be that Matrix from Clem on the side of ByuN. He's already got it, and he's on his way to that stim. So, like, in the end, ByuN's going to be on the faster bio upgrades. Clem, I'm going to try and harass you with that Cyclone in the medevac, see if you can get anything done. Raven is about to finish up. That's going to give Clem 3 Ravens to the 2. So a little bit of note there that Clem's playing a little bit of the techier setup. I mean, obviously had a very good start in this game as well. With damage done. And look at the army supply right now, heavily in Clem's favor. As he starts to push here on Whispers of Gold. Not a long map to come across, so you get to this other side quickly. No ramp up into the natural either, so you can, your sieges are immediately very powerful as well. Going about. It's going to be seen one tank on the high ground. We'll get a shot off, but then it gets Matrix, and not unsieging that is rough because now you're going to lose that tank already. And with 3 Ravens, like I say, you've just got a little bit more spellcasting ability. Yes, ByuN's going to be having stim soon. Does that matter when your opponent is really on the verge of getting in here? You're going to Matrix that forward siege tank. It's kind of like a game of chicken on the Interference Matrix, because if you drop your Interference Matrix first, then your opponent kind of, gets the tanks back sooner. It's a funny scenario, but this one is not really going to matter any which way. Clem is going to turn this series around for now, at least, as he's going to get 24 SCVs in a great position now. His Raven's still alive. One of the Ravens died of ByuN, and he's got Vikings showing up too to continue to control this guy. That Raven will take some shots. Drops an order turret. There's actually stim available, so we will actually just back away here for a second as Clem. His own stim coming through, though, and obviously with a 30 worker lead, army supply will come from there. The natural continuation of this game is kind of already set up. So Vikings going to shoot, Marines and tanks are going to step forward as well. There's going to be seeing the order turrets continue to go down. As ByuN just says GG. Trying to break out of this, not quite working out for the moment. And this is Clem to bring us back in the series. So we've got a series on our hands. So excited for that because obviously this was, on the way to being a 3-0. And well, we'll have a good upset. ByuN advancing over Clem. I think we all love to see more games. So, as I said last time when we went into Game 1 Ultra Love, we Ultra Love more action. As we will go into this. Clem still has to win out. But now 2-1 feels a little bit more doable, especially because, you haven't won a game so far that it always feels as though it's like, oh my goodness, it's going to be so tough for me. Can I win a game? Now that question is answered, and you do it pretty convincingly as well with an early game kind of setup. Very nicely done. Get everyone in for Ultra Love in the next moment or two. We'll get ready to start. Beautiful stuff. Guys, if you're watching on the YouTube, do consider scrolling down quickly and dropping the like on the channel. On the video. Subscribe as well if you don't already subscribe on the YouTube. We're actually in a realistic place where if the YouTube keeps up right now, we actually may be able to make a push for 50,000 total subscribers on YouTube, which would be amazing. So, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're not already subscribed. Really appreciate it if you do. We're about to hit 43,500, and it's really funny because, over the past, the past 365 days, we've gained 1,100 subscribers on the YouTube. But 500 of those have been in the last 28 days. So, yeah, YouTube's really popping. continue to support it if you can as we get ready to go into our game number 4 here. Clem is bringing it back, perhaps. I mean, this happened against Gumiho. ByuN had a really good first couple of games. He then stumbled a little bit in game 3. It was a pretty quick loss that he had off of a, it's actually a very similar story. He had a very quick loss, took damage quickly, and then boom, game number 4, he just brought it right back and won out. So let's see what happens as we go into Ultra Love. Clem fighting for his tournament life on the line. Let's get this going. Let's kick this off. In the top right corner, we are going to have ourselves the Blue Terran players, still only one map away from victory in this series and making it through to the finals of this event. This is ByuN. That's at the bottom left. Our red Terran from Team Liquid is Clem. We kick this off, we get this started, and away we rumble. The Rax goes down. Gas is coming up as well. ByuN's going to be the one to bring big pressure here in this game number 4. A couple of Rax will start up on this south side. So a couple of racks coming through. The SCV's coming up. Clem is SCV scouting, which will tell him that there is a missing barracks at home for ByuN. He's SCV scouting because he's playing one gas. He wants to expand. The moment he sees that this is no racks on the high ground, this SCV will pull back to the high ground. He will not build the CC low ground. Yep, SCV back to the high ground. Now you can use the minerals there to build a bunker instead. And that's exactly the defense that is kind of scripted when you are going for one gas expand and you realize that your opponent is likely proxy raxing you. As yo, Jalea, thank you so much for the 43-month resub. Little SCV warfare, but as ByuN is yet to pull the Reapers towards Clem's base. Not much happening there yet. He will continue to build those numbers. Clem gets a Reaper out now into a Marine. If those Marines can get in the bunker, then brilliant. The problem with the Marines is they're not as good at surviving as the Reapers are. You get the Marine or two in the bunker, they have damage output while being safe, they build faster. They're a good unit to have. And we do have a couple different bunkers for coverage here. One on the bottom. As a good depot raise is going to stop the Reapers from being able to chase. As Clem tries to get some damage done. His depot will take some hits here. This is going to be a slow-going defense, but nothing wrong with that. As the factory gets on the line, you can obviously do a lot more for yourself. The Reaper just needs to stay alive here. The Reapers could potentially maybe make a play. The depot is obviously going to take some shots. If you pull SCVs into that, that's a little bit of a problem as well. Clem's going to try and deal damage during this defense now. A couple of SCVs jumping forward. You do have the advantage of the high ground. You've just got to be super careful, because if those Reapers get up, then that could be an issue. SCVs repairing each other as we try to get back to the bunker. It's going to be fine. Good defense still from Clem. Good movement of his army so far. Alien and the Marine coming up from Clem. The Reaper and the factory coming through. Alien still in production as our few Reapers pull back toward the front of the natural. Barracks is going to be moving up as well, so we go stepping on forward. Couple Hellions, the bunker. Hellions looking to maybe try and obviously zone. Hellions are a big factor now because obviously they have the reach, they have the chase potential on those Reapers, they have the splash damage. The problem is the Hellions can still die very quickly to the Reapers, so it's not just as simple as just going down there and chasing them away. There is going to be a little bit of a dance to it. ByuN taking this as an opportunity to get his CC finished. Clem's command center only just coming online now. Obviously, he had to prioritize the factory, and he put, built 2 bunkers, so he put a lot of money in there. Obviously, as you hit the barracks there, you put some shots that are not on the Reapers initially as well. And Clem is just struggling with the position of having to come through into this choke point, trying to run these Marines forward. It's funny, but these Marines almost feel a little bit like dead weight right now. He has just gotten a Cyclone, or he's about to have a Cyclone, so that'll go a long way to help out. But yeah, ByuN's going to have the faster base and on location, and the third CC already started. Has the Cyclone to push this back. Obviously, you see this as well as ByuN because of the barracks. So he knows what's up. Knows what is happening. He's going to come around. Barracks going to take a few more shots. SCV is going to go the other way for a couple of moments as well. Barracks will fall, and that is, again, just delaying the CC for as long as possible, getting as much as we can out of this currently. Raven coming through, Siege Tank and a couple more Marines coming about. Gonna be seeing the tank coming around. We get settled in here. It's gonna be having the game settling after this hectic start. ByuN is taking a worker lead. Of course, up in this series as well, 2-1. If you're just joining us right now, it's been a very good series so far from ByuN. Looking to keep it that way as Orbital lifts off, Starport lands back down on the reactor, Siege Tank coming over. Take a few moments. Obviously, upgrades on the way. ByuN is on all the way to all of the upgrades. Clem going to have to build the Vikings. He's going to play a bit more techier here. He's not going to be as competitive on the ground with the Bioforce for a little bit, so having to play the tech units instead and just kind of going from there, see what we can maybe do. Actually going to move down this ramp. Oh, good first Siege Tank shot. Helps push the Cyclone away. Cyclone actually dies. Turns into a great moment. Sorry, D-Templar87, did I mention your resub? Thank you so much for the 2 months on the Prime. I feel like I didn't. I read it and didn't say it, I feel like. Are there replays available for this event? They'll be going out in the replay pack to subscribers in... I'm probably going to do it this week, actually. Tuesday, I'm going to have a big admin day, so... Yeah, probably go out to you guys on Tuesday on the subscriber channel on Discord as... Clem pushes forwards, he kind of wins the fight. Able to chase those tanks down a little bit maybe would be nice, but he doesn't have much to chase with. As he pushes his way through, he's still down to supply heavily, army and worker-wise. He's going to lose that siege tank as well. ByuN is going to be able to capitalize, I think, on the lead he gave himself from the Reaper play. +1/+1, going to finish up. The stim pack completing from Clem. Viking and Marines all still coming about also. Continue to bring that through for now. Looking good. Looking good. Again, when one comes through, the couple of refineries are building up. Armory's halfway done from ByuN, going to give us the chance to go into further upgrades. A little bit late, of course, to start 2-2 immediately. As Clem down 30 supply. Looks as though ByuN might be about to lock himself into the finals here today as he pushes up. The Matrix is good. Raven's very powerful. Anti-armor missile going to land as well to hit the Vikings as ByuN's just going to send it. Tanks are going to get sieged and kite the Marines backwards. The tank is going to go down, and I think Clem is on the verge of a GG. There it is. ByuN TVTs his way through into the Grand Finals. We'll be seeing him again in a couple of hours after the bottom portion of our bracket plays out. He comes out as king of the TVT. All right. No Clem victory today. Right, you know what? We'll take it because as much as I love seeing more Clem games, I know Clem gets the viewership on the stream up. We give Clem a lot of money already. Clem not winning one. Ain't nothing wrong with that. As we are going to be heading our friends into more StarCraft 2 action. You guessed it, yes, more StarCraft coming up as we're going to have ourselves Shin versus Spirit up next. A TVZ coming through in just a few moments. I'm just going to find Spirit and get those vetoes started. We'll get that underway in a couple of moments. So we'll get that ready to go. Let me just ping Spirit. Alright, Spirit's on his way. We'll get this set to go in just a few moments, guys. And kick up this off. Perfect. Alright, a couple of moments then, my friends. Thank you so much for joining us today. If you're enjoying the games, again, all the usual, follow, like, and subscribe. I really appreciate it. It helps us to do so much more StarCraft 2 content in the future. Whereas Max Packs, he didn't play in the qualifier, and pretty much all of our invites came from the qualifier. So, he didn't play the open section. He didn't get an invite. Missed the first matches. There was actually some pretty fun TVTs as well, man. Go back and catch up on them for sure. It was some good fun. Waiting for Spirit to log in, so a couple of moments, get him here, and we'll be back on track. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, that's a big donation. Wordy, thank you, bro. On the £50, I was tapped out. I actually had my screen covered. I heard the sound. I was like, that's big and that's going to take over the screen. Thank you so much, Qwerty, for the £50 donation and the generosity. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Spirit just arrived, so we'll get into this TVZ momentarily. Alright, we are just going to start getting some vetoes / map picks. Sorry, Spirit just asked me something really weird. There's a... Oh, bits. Perfect. I was about to say, I just completely missed the donation. I'm going to have to go and tab to Stream Elements to check it, but... It's just Andy going in with some bits. 500 of them. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So we're going to go to Ultra Love for this one. And get this ready to go. Get this started up. Alright, everyone join us here as our map picks come through. It's going to be starting us off on Ultra Love. Then we're going to go to Ley Lines and Snowpiercer. For the 4th and 5th map pick. Come through from Spirit, and we'll be able to go. Go, getting cold. Alright, well, you should be in a second. Spirit's 4th map pick was anything. I'm like, that's not useful. that's not useful. I can't host anything, you know? Ay. Alright, players are ready. I'm going to kick into Ultra Love here for game number 1 of this best of 5. So we're going to kick this off. Thank you so much for joining us today, guys. Good to see you all again. Thank you so much for being here and enjoying some games with us. Really, I'm so happy to see so many people tuning in as we get started. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Countdown is going to come to a close as we are going into Ultra Love, our TVZ. Finally, some non-TVT action as we go to the bottom portion of the map. Of the bracket. But we're also on the bottom portion of the map as we introduce our Zerg player. Will we see him win out this series? I would kind of love it if he did. I'll be biased because it would mean no mirror matchup in the finals, and it also means some different matchups throughout the semifinals as well. So I'm kind of cheering for this man in this series. I think he's the favorite anyways, but definitely not going to be easy. Shin is the red Zerg in the bottom left-hand corner. As in the top right, our blue Terran is Spirit. Spirit, I think, is going to make this difficult. Beat Rogue yesterday, put up a good fight against Shin as well the last time they played, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember when that was. Was that in the open portion of this tournament? Let's use the low FPS for a moment, guys, while I tab out just to search that quickly. I think it was in the open portion of this event. Yep, WardiTV PTR Tournament Qualifier 2. Shin won 2-1. Over Spirit. Spirit got an invite for that round of 8 finish in that qualifier, so that's why he's still here today. And yeah, scraped through that group as he took out Rogue, and whoa, Shin's got a hatchery in the Terran Natural. Oh my goodness. Shin ain't messing around, boys. Hatchery in the Natural. Hatchlet. I don't know why I decided to become an alarm, but okay. SCV comes down. You can't build a command center. Nuh-uh. Hatchery in position. As we are going to be seeing a few SCVs are going to come down to the low ground. And that's going to be the response. We'll build the command center right next to that hatch. SCVs to try and drill through this. I mean, this was seen late enough that this hatchery will absolutely guaranteed finish. So this hatchery will complete. The queen, I think, gets out before it gets killed as well. Ranger's going to fire. Overlord moves back through over to the side, and a few Lings on the way up nearby as well. They're going to help to try and protect this hatchery. Half HP at the moment, but if the Lings can buy you some time, my question mark is whether we can actually keep this hatch alive to get the queen out. If the queen gets out, there's so much potential from the queen. Lings pop, going to try and buy time, going to get onto the Marines. The Marines and the SCVs are going to turn onto the Lings, as already now the first Marine goes down. Queen pops out. The Ling is going to help to get rid of the second Marine. Third Marine in trouble. Third Marine goes down. Ling still showing up. The Queen lives and the SCVs get pushed away. Shin is now going to kill the SCV, building the command center, and it's all gone wrong for Spirit. As more SCVs pull down this ramp, but this is disastrous, as he is going to lose 7 workers. Oh, make it 8, because the Queen will step for one more kill as well. What a start to this game for Shin. What a fantastic opening. On Ultra Love, that was a bit of a disaster defense. I think is fair to say, is now this CC has to lift up because, well, you know, we're in a situation where this hatchery is there, there's creep there, so you just gotta back away. You don't got any opportunity at all here to do much as this queen comes back down onto the ramp. Queen coming up, orbital coming through, a couple more queens coming about as well. Well, Queen's going through, the Hellion and the Marine coming up. Orbital command about to complete, as we're going to see a few Marines, and the Hellion just going to finish this hatchery off. But look at the creep spread around everywhere. How good is the scan going to be? I think you can get all 4 of these creep tumors with 1 scan. He actually already killed the first one. But if you misplace the scan, well, yeah, I mean, you definitely can't get that one down the ramp. So that one's still active. Well, yep. Scan is good. In fact, scan hits the entire natural. I didn't know why I thought that was going to be close. I almost thinking scans are like the size of sensor towers nowadays. So you usually get all the creep tumors in the natural with 1 scan, so that's good, but it's still a scan spent. Obviously, this was Shin having to invest into this setup, having to get a lot done. Roach-Run and the Lair coming through, the additional drones building up as well. As we do have our starport coming through, the refinery building, SCV coming by, and as we do see the factory swapping over, the couple of Hellions will move out onto the map. Again, the creep tumors are still going to be active here. Are we just going to scan that and get rid of it? If you let that creep survive, it's rough because you don't necessarily want to spend a scan, but then if you let the creep live, it's going to keep on spreading. I like this, parking the Hellions on the creep, because then it's like, okay, well, at least I'm watching for that spread, so I can deny it if it tries to move further. At the same time, I don't love it because then the Hellions are inactive, right? The Hellions are just basically sat back at home. Oh, no, Spirit didn't see it! He didn't see it. He didn't see the creep tumor over to the right-hand side. He misses it with that Marine Patrol. Oh, he realizes it now as he moves up. He's like, it's too late, though. Shin snuck another creep tumor down. That's actually kind of a big deal. Because I actually think that creep is going to continue to be an issue as roaches are out and ready to go. Drop a Lord building, by the way. As, I mean, we don't have Overlord speed. So that's going to be a very slow drop. Oh, no. Was that not a drop? Oh, no. There is the drop load. So drop load finishes. Okay, what just happened here? Drop Lord finishes. It's going to be a slow drop of Queens. Overlord speed only just starts now. I feel like if you go Overlord speed, I mean, this just is getting a little bit weird and wild. But Shin definitely feels as though he did enough early just to go across the map and to try and finish him. And I don't really disagree, honestly. As we have the Roach speed and the Overlord speed continuing to come through. Overlord continues to go up to the top. Stimpack and Siege Tank coming through as well. It's going to be seen now Roach Speed building. Roach Ravager coming through the center, heading to the upper right-hand side. Again, Roach Speed will finish in a couple of moments. 7 more drones producing. Queen's going to shoot. Banshee taking damage. Few shots coming over for now as well. Well, like I say, that's why you want the Queens here. Hellions are going to get a run by. They're going to get drones on the other side of the map as a Siege Tank in position. Bunkers in place. I actually don't know if Shin's going to break through there. And he just lost 11 drones. It's going to cut the worker lead from 60 plus to 50 versus the 44-45. Queens will shoot. Hellions will take damage. A lot more drones going down. There's 17 drones killed. It's actually going to equalize the workers in this game. The attack did not work, and Spirit is going to get back into this. This is genuinely going to undo the advantage. Banshee does die in the corner there. A little bit of a loss from Spirit, but yes, Shin is not going to be able to take advantage of the lead he gave himself. That early cheese was so good. Roach Ravager will settle. Just going to be seeing another couple of Queens dropping down. Creep Tumors will spread forward a little bit. 1-1 upgrades and Combat Shield coming through. That's going to be a little bit of a contaminate on the factory, trying to slow down tank production. Not a bad idea. Love the creep spreading over here. If you've got, at least you can get something out of this, which is some map control. I think the third base is going to get delayed for a little bit as well from landing. So Overlord pulls back to the left-hand side. 1-1 upgrades and Ling speed on the way in. Infestation Pit, Baneling Nest, all building here as well as the Orbital tries to get to the left. But yeah, I think we're going to be able to block this with Creep as well before that hatchery is going to get, before that command center gets there. Orbital trying to move across right now. Again, the Creep all over the place. Spreading as we contaminate Combat Shield. Am I crazy? Why does that surprise me that we contaminate Combat Shield? Like, I have the urge to be like, that's crazy. Don't really see contaminate on Tech Labs a lot. But I guess we will in this case. I guess because the upgrades are later, the Overseers are out earlier, so they've got energy where they maybe wouldn't usually have energy to do this. Yeah, I don't know why, but I was about to be like, that's ridiculous. I didn't know you could do that to upgrade. But like, I knew you can do it to like engineering bays and Evo chambers. It's just an actual Tech Lab. I don't know if I really ever noted in my head a Tech Lab being contaminated, but I don't want to say that really as well at the same time, because I'm like, surely that's ridiculous. I must have seen a Tech Lab contaminated at some point in my life. And Shin continues to hold this position. Spirit is blocked in on 2 bases heavily at the moment. Couple more biles. Orbital still taking some damage. A few Marines coming to the right, going to try and clean up the creep. Shin is Spirit is reliant on Shin having maybe overcommitted to these kind of attacks and so on, and that he ends up in some trouble here, but I think we can see that that is probably not the case. Melee upgrades finishing, Baneling speed about to complete. T2 melee upgrades will start instantly from Shin, is now on equal upgrades. He's also got the Hive halfway done. Spirit's doing the right thing, and which is just kind of sending it, I think, pure unit production. There's a few drones going to be in the wrong place, trying to get some corrosive bile connections as well initially. So actually going to see the Road Ravager struggling to get away. Finally, the biles create some distance. The Spirit will push into position. Bane's on the way up. We do have Baneling speed as well. I think with melee upgrades and Bane speed, we should honestly be absolutely fine to take this engagement. The army supply is not favoring Spirit or anything crazy along those lines. I think this is going to be Shin in a game 1 advantage very soon here, as we are going to stem forward. The Roach Ravager out of reach of the tanks right now is kind of what you want to be at. Obviously, if you take this fight, take it on creep. As we're going to potentially knock the cooling towers down. That's funny, though, because now you can put the tanks behind the tower, behind those rocks. You kind of give the Terran a position from doing that. Means the tanks to the right. The creep team is going down. Extra Banes are going to finish. 2-2 melee upgrades coming up. The extra Lings producing. The army of Spirit steps forward. Here we go. Roach Bane from 2 different angles. Already girl acting on a good group of Marines. Marines stuck in the corner. Shin is going to wipe the floor with this army of Spirit. GG is called. And that is going to be Shin taking game 1 of this best of 5. Shin able to take the opening map after the proxy hatch opener. I loved that. That was so fun. That was really fun. Alright, game number 2 going to be on ley lines, so we're going to go straight to that as Shin takes the 1-0 advantage. Going to get into this next game in a moment then is, man, I just love that the fact that Proxy Hatch turned into, like, we actually killed, like, SCVs and the Marines and the Lings and the Queen got a snipe. It was just a very fun way for it to play out as well. So we get this game 2 set up in a second, guys. Get this ready to rumble. So game number 2. Move a couple people around. All 8 casters, ready players. Perfect, let's go into this, guys. Action continues here in our playoffs quarterfinals right now. Winner of this plays Goblin. I would love to see Shin Goblin. That was a 2-1 series in the PTR Open Fad that we did on Wednesday as well. And Goblin played so well yesterday. I'm really intrigued whether Shin can figure out what to do against Goblin or not. I think that would be kind of fascinating. Game number 2 coming up here on ley lines. In the bottom left corner of the map, hoping to not get proxy hatched at the start of this game. It is going to be the blue. He's not blue at all, he's red. The red Terran player is Spirit. In the top right, our blue Zerg is going to be Shin. Overload heading down the bottom left. Rax coming up and get settled in here for a couple of moments. We get ready to go. See what will happen. Take a moment to catch my breath, guys. I feel like I'm getting excited about a lot of games today. I don't know what it is. I think because we've really been casting with passion lately, and haven't casted with passion recently. I think my throat's a bit like, hey, you know, you could take a day or two to chill out and just cast calmly like you sometimes do, and we're just not feeling it because the games keep being good. I'm just gonna take a moment or two early every now and again, just let the voice rest for a little bit at the very least. Give it a little bit of a breathing time. Few links coming up, couple queens on the way. Factory on the way out, reactor is building as well. Marine just going to sit on the ramp. Triple CC from Spirit. We saw Spirit doing a lot of kind of the aggressive kind of spice of life stuff lately, where he's been you know, playing a lot of the 8 Raxes and trying to end the games. Spirit does like to play campier, kind of sit back and kind of chill games, but at the same time he's one of those players who I think when he feels like he can't camp as well is not afraid to kind of be like, okay, let's just go into some disgusting timings, keep all my units alive, have a very clean early to mid game, and just go from there as that Reaper tries to go against the idea of keeping his units alive, but gets out on the 1 HP. The Queen and the Ling combination there does not quite get through, does not quite get home. Couple Hellions coming around. Stimpak setting up, the Marine coming over, commencing to building in. We're going to shoot. Queen taking some damage. Ling speed Queens and Lings all producing the Stimpak Hellions and Marina on the way out as well. They really do just take a few early game moments. So I still remember Spirit versus DNS on Blackburn. How could I forget the ace match of the Caster Civil War Wardy, then the Stasis Wardy versus Cats, Goat and the Gang. Epic 40-minute game 5. Honestly, that might be one of my favorite games of StarCraft 2 all time. It was so befitting of the situation. It was such a good game. It was utterly bonkers, and you know, the game on its own was great. But the situation, the timing, I honestly think that might be one of the top games. Like, obviously, it doesn't have the prestige of like GSL and the big tournaments, right? I think it might be top 3 online tournaments all time, though, that game. Like, if you just go online tournaments, you scrap away, like, the bigger ones, you know, the bigger offline Premier events, because, yeah, I get it, like, you know, talking World Championship and stuff, but, like, I think it is top 3 online tournaments of all time, or top line tournament games of all time. Easily. Easily. Love that. What a great game that was. I might go back and watch that. We should watch that together. Should do like a little watch party. Go back and like just watch some old games of StarCraft 2. That if I had to go back and watch like 5 games of StarCraft 2 with you guys as like a little watch party, that would be one of the games we went back to watch. So good. Does anyone have a link to the VOD? I will link you the VOD because I think it's that good. So the VOD is the full Grand Finals, which the full Grand Finals is great and maybe even worth watching to really understand like the full context of it. because it's basically like each team, it's 5-person teams. Casters are the captains. Casters cast their own team's games. So like the whole finals is good. So it's probably, if you have the time, it's like an hour and a 40-minute video. If you have the time, watch the whole thing, because I think the last game is even better when you can really feel what's on the line and the whole build-up to it. As these Marines and tanks are going to get going, a couple of Hellbats are going to be there. Bane's getting blown up as this attack from Spirit is very Spirit-esque, going to hit a good timing. This is really a good timing as well. The Banes are really clutch. They get rid of a lot of the Hellbats. The Ling counterattack is massive as well from Shin at the same time. That one Bane waddling forwards. The Siege tank is going to take some hits as well. Tank going to go down. It's a lot of SCVs killed. The orbital command coming through and lifting. Yeah, great defense from Shin. I thought this was actually very well done by Spirit, but I think Shin did even better. The counterattack was spot on. The Banelings were absolutely perfectly timed. They did just about enough to give the Queens a chance to get on top of the tanks without Hellbats just blasting them. Yeah, spot on defense from Shin. Really well executed, and he's going to take a serious lead here in this game number 2. An investment like that from Spirit, not getting enough damage done, is the first step to putting the nails in the coffin. Thank you for the VOD. No worries. Honestly, like, it was a great tournament. That was a great match, but like I say, the game 5 on its own is a really good game. But I just think and some of the context to it as well is because these teams were like drafted, and so the 5th game is between Spirit and DNS. And it just so happens that the ace match is between the 2 players who were like the last picks on each team. So they were like the last picks of each team. They were like the final hopes of each team. They're not guaranteed to play each other in the match either. It just so happened to be that way, that they played each other and it was the ace. Yeah, honestly, like, you couldn't have made a better storyline for it. Whole tournament on the line between those 2 guys. Last picks of the team. I remember the Discord chat we had for our team was going crazy as the game was going on. We were like, my team was like ByuN, Solar, Classic, and Creator. And they were just spamming the whole time, cheering on Spirit and stuff. Like, go, 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 no, no, no. Honestly, I've never experienced anything like it. What a great freaking tournament. Amazing. Don't suppose anyone has like $20,000 so we can run another Cast of Civil War? Anyone just sitting on, like, you know, the spare 20k you found down the back of your couch or something? Yeah. Marine's gonna load up. We are gonna move out. Medevac's gonna boost away. I think genuinely would be kind of scared to run another Cast of Civil War because the last one was just so good. I'd be genuinely afraid to run another because I don't think I could do it as well as I did last time. Yeah, I don't think I could do anything. I just don't think I could make it as good. The graphics were great. The video was great. Like, the hype trailer was great. It was just amazing. I genuinely don't think I could make another one as good, honestly. Great tournament. So sick. Couple Vipers coming through. 2-2 upgrades on the way out. Ultraless Cavern building from Shin as well. Let's just have our 2-2 finishing up from Spirit. A game here where Shin has been able to now max out comfortably, take 5 bases. Creep spread is really starting to stretch out on the map. You look at the mini-map, you're like, well, the creep looks good, but is it really impressive? Yeah, because this is a massive map, actually. This is a massive map. As Adrenal Glands comes through, the Ultra Cavern coming up as well, +3 carapace on the way in. Again, a couple of libs, tanks, and marines all continuing to come about as the marines step forward. A few of those lings going back the other way. The banelings are going to roll up as well. Tanks will siege. The marines step forward. Liberators are going to come out into the center as well. A couple of banes continue to get chased. Just going to be having the queen getting pushed back. The ling bane continue to get pushed a little bit too, but I still think you're in a comfortable position here as Shin. Cast of Civil War was also a big amount of work. Yes. If I said I was doing another one, I think Helen might come up to me and slap me and be like, no! Remember how stressed out you were? You hated it! Because at the time, it was definitely a labor of love. It was a lot of work. I mean, I think before we even, you know, it was something like about 100 to 200 hours behind the scenes work. So, yes, it was a massive undertaking. And the way that I ran it was probably not the most logical either. Let's watch this fight before I continue to chatter. We do see Blending Clouds coming down. A lot of tanks getting hit. The Banes are going to keep chasing. There's a couple tanks still active. We will get rid of all the tanks in the front. Creep Spread is going to come back into play as Lane Bane is going to hunt down every single Marine, and that is Shin with the defense. Yeah, the way I did it as well was like, I assumed the stream would maybe make more money than it did, and so I didn't leave any money from the crowdfunding to pay myself for all the time put in. And it actually hurt my stream and YouTube monetization methods. Like, my sub count went down during Cast of Civil War and stuff. And so, yeah, I basically put in like 300 hours of work for the Cast of Civil War and lost myself about $5,000. It was probably one of the biggest screw-ups I've ever done financially with tournaments. Usually I'm pretty good at that stuff, but I just completely misplaced the... I just missed the post. I guess I just thought it was going to boost the stream a lot, and I was like, I will be able to make do with the boost of the stream. But it didn't actually boost the stream because, like I say, I guess because it was different. People didn't support it on the stream, or people had already supported through the Kickstarter, so they didn't subscribe to the channel and stuff. And so the monetization I thought I was going to get on the stream didn't happen. And so it was very, yeah, like I say, very weird situation, because we actually had great viewership. It just didn't translate into any money, right? Which, like I say, we crowdfunded a whole bunch of money in the first place, so that part was amazing and stuff. Like, you know, can't complain about how well it did overall. Just, I should have said that, like, 10% to 15% of the crowdfunder or something is just going to be my payment, and that's just, you know, we need to guarantee that I get some money out of it, right? Like, that just should have been something I did. I really didn't think that we'd have to do that. Looking back, that's one of the few things I would change about the whole process, because it just didn't go the way I thought it would in that regard. So yeah, like I said, it was just an unlucky call. So thank you so much, Soulman, for the 100 bits. Thank you for the games. No worries. Thank you so much for watching. I just need to sell out more. It's very difficult to sell out, though, when you've already done a crowdfunder. And I'm also not casting. You know, I was only casting, like, you know, less than 10% of the matches or something. Otherwise, it was other people on the channel. So the other guys on the channel, you know, they don't have the same sellout factor for, like, your channel, right? So, yeah, it's, yeah. A very interesting situation, like I say. Did not really have an issue with it in the end. Like, that's just the way it went down. It was just like, you know, definitely a learning curve. So yeah. Commercial every 3 minutes. Trust me, bro, I was already running a lot of commercials. That's funny. QWERTY on the second £50 donation of the day. Not 20k, but thank you, man, Pruddy. Thank you so much for the generosity. A second big donation. Thank you so much. Get some love and some hype in the chat. Thank you so much. Show off the trophy. It's right up there. You can see it in the background. Sorry, I'm not pointing at it properly. There you go. It's right where my hand is. That is the Cast of Civil War trophy. Yeah. No. I guess that's a spoil in itself, but yeah. You know, the best part is we actually saved $100 not having to ship the trophy out, guys. Because I won. Nailed it. Do all the members have theirs? Yeah. We gave everyone a trophy. Because I sent them a picture of the trophy, and then they were like, oh, we get a trophy? And I was like, no, just one. They were like, oh. And then I was like, well, my dad made it. I could ask him to make more if you guys want one. And then they were like, yes, we all want a trophy. So then my dad printed like 5 more of the trophies out. And I gave them to them at the next event. And I have a signed one. I got the whole team to sign one as well. Do I have that? Hang on. I have to take my headset off 1 second. Yeah, I'm not sure where the signed version is, but I have a signed version of the trophy by the full team as well. Just a little keepsake. I've got it somewhere. It's just not where I. This is not where I thought it was within reach. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Getting a little bit distracted, but I really did love Cast of Civil War. I think it's a great thing to talk about every now and again. I think it's a great thing to bring up. It's just difficult to see us successfully crowdfunding enough to make it as good as it needs to be, you know? Is the final best of 7? No, everything's best of 5 today. Just because 5 best of 5s can already go quite long. In this case, so far today, we're actually absolutely on schedule. But we don't want to make finals best of 7 just in case it goes a bit too long. The players are already going to be here for 5+ hours if you play first match and end up playing the grand finals, which is going to be the case for ByuN. So, yeah, I'm just going to keep it best of 5. So anyways, sorry, I hope you guys don't mind me going off on a bit of a tangent about Cast of Civil War. I hope it's at least interesting to hear about a little bit as well. You know, a little bit behind the scenes and stuff, and talk about what truly was, I think, one of the best online tournaments ever, personally. You know what I really love about Cast of Civil War is that people really always go back to talking about Cast of Civil War, and maybe maybe this is a bit of bias, but I feel like people talk about Cast of Civil War, maybe it's because of the recency as well, but people never really bring up War Chest Team League in the same way. And maybe that's because Cast of Civil War was like the follow-up to the War Chest Team League, but I feel like people always are like, man, we love Cast of, but like the War Chest Team League doesn't get mentioned in the same way, you know? Even though War Chest Team League was the same format, you know? And had more money. I think it's just because War Chest Team League was further away, and people, when they say Cast of Civil War, they probably mean it as well, but I'm a little, you know, I'll take the compliment. Yeah. It wasn't the same format. Well, no, it wasn't exactly the same format, but it was the same concept. It was the same concept. Cool tournaments, man. If we go to eSports World Cup next year, I'm going to find the prince and be like, hey, I've got an idea. Listen, it's called the Casters Civil War. He's going to be like, what? I'm going to be like, look, this thing, it's going to change your life. He's going to be like, bro, we already run a StarCraft tournament. Piss off. CC coming up, Hellions and a Viking on the way in as we settle ourselves into game number 3. It is a 2-0 lead here from Shin. Very solid play. Obviously, that defense was a major plus in that last game. Set him up for success from that point on. What was my team name in the team league? We were the Stasis Wardies. Yeah, we were the Stasis Wardies. Casting this event was also so much fun because I didn't get to cast the War Chest Team League. I didn't get a team then. But, and then I was so excited. And then after, like, the first few, I think we were 1-3. And we had I felt like we had a really good team and really winnable matches. And we were 1-3. And I was so down. I was like, no way. Like, we should not be down like this. We were, like, last place in the league. I thought my team was so good. They brought it back, though, didn't they? Hey, this is going to be all-out aggression from Spirit. Concussive Shells, Marauders, Hellbats are going to be on the way as the Armory is coming up to being about halfway done here as well. So we are going to have ourselves a full send attack. But Shin's already got the Roaches building. Because Shin set up the Roach Roaring super early as well. I mean, this is just not going to work from Spirit. Unfortunately. As Hellions come across, the medevac comes over. This should just not work. The Roaches are going to be here. I mean, we actually just made a massive round of drones, so that's going to help help Spirit in a big way. As the Roach here, okay, so Shin doesn't really know about it, which means he's going to get a little bit of a jump, but I mean, supply blocked as well. Okay, we've got opportunity actually from Spirit. This really didn't feel good for him, but maybe there is something of a chance. I still feel like 8 Roaches here already is going to be very scary. As good pickup micro on the Marauder so far. Hellbat as well gets lifted. Pull the medevac back. Instant target on the medevac. Didn't pull back far enough. The Queens get it. It's going to get turned around. A little bit of hope momentarily. Oh, Shin's so good! Into the natural with the Lings. The wall-off was not completed. The run-by is there. And he's going to get 10+ SCVs. Absolutely spot on. It's a very similar formula to what he won game number 2 with, realistically, or got very far ahead with. And he's going to do it again. Finds the run-by as Shin cuts Spirit down just like that. 3-0 for Shin. And that sets us up into a guaranteed non-mirror matchup grand final. It means ZVP in the semis as Goblin will take on Shin in the round of 4. A rematch from the Open tournament. They were not in the same group. But yeah, a rematch from the Open portion of the event on Wednesday. That was a 2-1 in favor of Shin. Goblin was looking so good yesterday, so that's super exciting. Goblin versus Shin coming up. The winner plays ByuN in a best-of-5 grand final. That is where we're going. That is where we are at. That's where things are, or how things are looking here today, guys, as we get into this ZVP. think that was an unlucky build order from from Spirit going up against the roaches of Shin so quickly. But man, those lings getting in just so good. Very well done by Shin. Very well done by Shin. All right. Guys, we are going to take a couple of moments. We are just going to run some ads. I think I ran ads after Game 2, and I appreciate Game 3 wasn't long, but we may as well run them now. It'll give us a little bit more freedom during the series, just in case we get a long matchup. So we'll just pop those on. We got to get some videos going and stuff here as well anyway, so it'll take a moment or two before we're ready to resume. Goblin's really strong at the minute? You remember my sigh of relief when ByuN Rain on Curious Minds finished? Man, honestly, like, we need, like... the rough part was, as well, is, like, I feel like we had the more winnable matches early in the group stage. And so for us to, then, like, end up being where we were, like, we won against Goat in the gang to start off with as well, which is obviously, like, a sick win. So we won against Goat in the gang. So that was like a really good start. And then we lost to the freaking, to Nate's team as well, which I really wasn't expecting. I did not think Nate's team was going to beat us. And I was like, okay. So we went into the next day. We were 1-1, and we lost, 2-3 against Benny and the boys. And Classic should have been able to kill Maru. He nearly had the Cyclone. He nearly killed the Cyclone. Creator lost to Prince. And Spirit just kept losing TVTs as well. And then we lost to the Grubs because Spirit again lost in TVT, and Creator lost to Wayne, and Solar lost to Skillless. And I was like, no, team, we were 1-3. I remember I was so down. And then the next time we played, it was like not easy teams at all either. Ay. Like, all of our matches went to like 3-2 actually. We played a close series every single time. In fact, this entire tournament is ridiculous. There was only 1-5-0 in the entire group stage. That's really ridiculous. Then we rematched the Grubba Lubba Dub Dubs and we beat them up this time around. Yeah. And we actually got revenge in the playoffs. 2 of the teams we lost to on that day, we got revenge on. Oh, such a sick tournament. Such a sick tournament. Yeah. Fun times, fun times. Alright, guys, we are going to go Snopius for map number 1 of this best of 5 semi-final. Goblin and Shin coming up very soon. I promise I will stop talking about Caster Civil War. I promise. Quiet from here on out. Couple maps coming through. So we'll just take a moment or two, make sure all the maps get picked ahead of time, and we'll get back into this, my friends, our viewers, our StarCraft family. How are you all feeling today? Let me know what's up. Let me know how you all doing. Let me know how you're enjoying the games. Just waiting for a couple more map picks and we'll be fully set to go. Loving the games? Hell yeah. No, the games have been good today, right? Man, I'm genuinely excited for this CVP. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Super excited to see how this goes down. Lost my copy paste. There we go. Alright, just waiting for Goblin to join the lobby and we should be able to start. Shouldn't take us too much longer to get this one up and running. Again, appreciate you all tuning in today. Thanks for being here. More StarCraft content continuing as soon as possible. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just gonna sing the StarCraft theme tunes until the players are ready. Oh, luckily for you guys, they've saved you from me singing more. Beautiful. Goblin establishing himself as the great new hope. What if Protoss was always balanced? They just needed Goblin to play more seriously. And just because Goblin didn't practice, they didn't have the go to Protoss. Maybe he is the GOAT? Goatlin? Yeah, maybe. Thanks for putting in the work for these journeys, Wardy. Much appreciated. Absolutely no worries. Thank you so much for watching them. I will start off this series with a minor sellout then, I suppose, very quickly, which is to say that this is a WardiTV tournament, which means we put the prize money into this. We don't have some magical sponsor. I don't have a magic StarCraft money tree in my garden I pick the money off of. This comes because you guys enjoy the games, you guys watch the games, and you guys support the games. So if you do enjoy the tournament you've seen today, do consider supporting. Whether that is just a like or a follow, or free subscription on YouTube or whatever, or if it is spending some money and becoming a YouTube member or a Twitch subscriber, or gifting some subs, or donating or cheering or whatever else, or checking out the Patreon page, all of it goes towards us being able to run more of these tournaments, committing more time into running events, adminning events, and casting these events. So if you would like to support, do know that it goes a long way towards events just like this one continuing to happen. We really appreciate it if you do support. And that is my sellout at the start of this semi-final matchup. Thank you so much, Nico Oranges, for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Use your Primes, because they are free to support with as well. My offer from the start of the day stands. Next week, we're going to start up WardiTV November. Every Twitch sub above 1,000 that we are at the end of today's stream, we will add $2 to the prize pool. So every sub today is essentially worth $2 into the WardiTV November prize pool. So a great way for you guys to add to a tournament prize pool. That means if you sub, some of it's going to the tournament, a little bit of it still goes to me. So do, have that in mind just in case it encourages anyone to support. We will be guaranteeing you guys that. As in the bottom left, we do go to the intros. Red Protoss player Goblin probably should have just done the intros first and then sold out. But, I bet someone was there being like, you know what, I'll wait for the intro. I'm not going to skip forward because I'm waiting for the intro. And now they've ended up listening to the whole of the sellout section. So, marketing at its finest. In the top right side is Snowpiercer. It is Shin. And we get into game number 1 of this best of 5 series, as we actually have a probe and a drone gonna nibble up at each other. Nick87, thank you so much for the fresh new sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed. Couple queens, couple lings, all on the way out as Shin prepares himself early game. The beautiful part of not doing the intros until 1 minute 45 into a PvZ is you don't miss anything. You miss a probe going across the map and nibbling some mineral lines. The only thing you might actually miss is if the probe blocks the hatch or not, but you can see if that happened anyways. So yeah, Stargate on the way up here from Goblin, and that's where this game really does get a little bit more intriguing, because then you can get little units out, then you can see where the tech follow-up is going to be as well. Are we going to play just one Oracle? Are we going to play into multiple Oracles? Goblin has been playing a lot of triple Oracle into Blink Pressure, so maybe that's a possibility. Like I say, a lot of questions to be asking as we get into the start of this match, and we get this underway. Oracle on the Warp Gate building up, Ling speed building as well. A couple of Overlords still coming through. The Queens are in production. That Oracle will be popping in just a couple moments. Ling speed about to complete. Warp Gate producing. The Adept going to come out around that left-hand side. Probe will go down. Nexus builds. Again, the Oracle and the Adept gathering on the left-hand side for a couple of moments. The couple of drones on the way. Lings are going to run across. The Adept continue to gather in. Just going to try and sit between the map pylon and the Nexus currently. One thing I used to do on a former ST2 community channel is they would talk about other things for the first 4 to 5 minutes. Is that the infamous base trade TV? Yeah, I actually learned a lot from watching base trade TV, even if that's not who you're on about. I mean, I used to be so serious in my casting, like 100% of the time. I used to, you know, behind the scenes, I'd mutter to myself, I can't believe these guys just get to talk about, you know, pineapple on pizza for 5 minutes. But honestly, what you learned is that when you're here, you're not being a professional caster all the time. You're a streamer first, and streamers got to interact with the audience. They've got to be entertaining. And it's a lot more entertaining and likable if you sometimes go off topic, if you sometimes don't take yourself super seriously. So there was a point where I said, maybe I should try being less serious and being a bit more like base trade. And, you know, I'm not going to lie, I can't be as goofy as Rifkin was, but yeah, it definitely was a big uptick in the channel when I took a step back from just trying to super analyze every moment of the game. Because yeah, I think you know, I think everyone doesn't necessarily realize this, but like being a, you know, while I'm a full-time caster, all I ever really do on my stream is cast. You're still a streamer more than you are a caster when you do what I do. So yeah, I always thought that was a an interesting lesson to learn. It's a lesson not a lot of people need to learn, because a lot of people obviously know that they're streamers when they're streaming. But it's different in my case, because obviously my channel is fairly unique in what we do. So Oracle's get cancelled on the 4th base. It's a nice little catch from Goblin. I like that. A few Lings got across the other side, but the warp-in was good to play defense, so that doesn't really get off the ground. That doesn't really do too much. What's Rifkin up to nowadays? He does a lot of different variety content. He does a lot of like games that like interact with other streamers. He does a lot of Rust as well, I believe. I think he streams Rust more than anything. He had some Twitch when they had Rust drops recently. He actually did like a big like continuous stream, and he had a lot of viewership with the Rust drops. So yeah, he's doing his thing. He pops in every now and again. Good guy, Rifkin. He was always a I know a very polarizing character, but he was always a guy who really stood by supporting his friends. Like, you know, out of everyone who like pops into streams, like he would always pop into streams, say hello, you know, say hi. Come and check out what his buddies are doing. And like I say, he still pops in the stream every now and then to see what's up. I was always very legit about that. Very good at creating relations in that regard, as we are going to see this little run by here. Going to get the cannon. Stalkers are building up on that far right-hand side, so they're going to get a chance to push into the far right as the +1 attack upgrade going to finish shortly. Oracle's going to provide us the revelation and clean out some creep tumors. Shin obviously got a lot of damage done, but he also gave up a lot of units. He's got even more Lings running by there again. I think eventually, yes, he's going to break through this position because the Oracles are being aggressive with the Stalkers, but he needs to actually get some damage done as, yeah, I mean, he just doesn't have units over here. He's losing a lot of Lings. I actually think Shin's in a lot of trouble. I think Goblin is going to push through because the Hydras are starting to spawn, yes, but the amount of Lings to support these Hydras are very low. We need to keep linking backwards, though, keep Stalkers alive. Oracles have energy to utilize, but obviously everything is anti-air at the moment. Hydras and Lings. We pull back towards this gateway. Our third base of Goblin is still a little bit in a weird spot. The Lings continuing to build up in numbers. Maybe Goblin missed his chance. I thought he was really just going to be able to go and never stop. He will get rid of the bottom right 5th hatch. There's a base up here, so it's not like it's the only 4th base in the map. As Shin will get supply blocked from the hatchery loss. Goblin starts up +1 army, starts up charge. He warps in 8 more Stalkers. Yeah, I think Shin has just about walked the fine line of this game as Stalkers blink back. The Hydras starting to put a lot of damage out. Queen goes down. Hydras continue to get a lot more Stalkers. Far left, Ling's ready to potentially run into that 3rd base as well. Going to step up once more. Did he lose like 12 Hydras? No, he's lost like 4 Hydras. Once the Hydras came out, he's actually done a very good job of maintaining his units. These Ling run-bys continue to force Goblin to deal with this. He lost 12 probes, actually, so that's going to be an issue. Shin is going to push this back. Wow, this really felt like there was an opportunity for Goblin, but man, like I say, Shin, a great job of just buying time, buying a few extra seconds. And Goblin did not find the chance to blink on the first couple of Hydras when they were just low numbers. And now that Hydra count is getting terrifying, you obviously let Hydras get into good numbers, and they are they are machine guns of units. They do so much damage so quickly. The run-bys probably need to stop, because I don't think the Lings are doing much more, although they are keeping units reinforcing on that base, which means that obviously, Goblin has not had full force potential over here. He's about to finish charge. I mean, he's pretty committed, right? Like, this is a world where Goblin is still only on 57 probes. He's not really set up to play much further into this game in terms of attack. He didn't take gases 5 and 6. Stasis wards do go off. A few more Stalkers warp, and it is just so many Hydralisks. We need some Zealots here, I think, realistically. We need to get some Zealots here to start actually protecting this group of Stalkers, but yeah, this wasn't it. I think these units needed to move out sooner as well. I get it. It's terrifying because you've been constantly having to deal with the run-bys. But I actually think you did need to move those forwards a little bit more quickly as Shin. He's been so good on the run-bys today, actually. He's been so good. These units get over here. Like I said, I think they should have done this sooner. I appreciate you wanted to keep those units defensively placed on the third, but I actually think they should have come across the map a little bit sooner and then just warped in more Zealots against them, another Ling run-by. This is maybe a little bit too much supply. I mean, look how much Shin's able to do right now. And yes, admittedly, Shin's obviously chased down to the bottom, but if this had hit earlier, he could have really done more with the bottom army, because then Shin would have had to come and send more units up to deal with this in the first place. Well played by Shin. Well played by Shin. Well played by Goblin. He gave himself a good opportunity, but Shin just about edged him out of the winning position. Stalker's going to end up on this right side base, but Lings and Hydras are still in good enough numbers. I wonder how final line this was. I wonder if there was like a moment where Goblin could have attacked, and if he starts to knock down a couple of those Hydras, they start spawning, if it actually just snowballs. I really feel like it might have been that close. It does feel like it was not far off being successful. And even actually towards the end, I wonder if he had some more Zealots, if he could have just got those in front of the Hydras, because Zealots do very well at tanking, give the Stalkers a chance to survive, get on top of the Hydras, they do well too. I think there may be a few more Zealots, so it was maybe just a bit Stalker heavy on that right side as well. Cool first game, and while Shin does come out victorious, it gets me excited for the next games in this series, because I think Goblin shows his potential in this opening map. Definitely some opportunity going into game 2 to maybe give us some upset potential. He is going to go into his opponent's his own map picks now as well, so that's going to be a bonus for him. Amygdala going to be map 2. What's going on with GSL? Is it coming back at all? We don't know. You're assuming no news is bad news? I don't think that's a... I think GSL is a difficult question because we don't really know if GSL will get supported by eSports World Cup. It might not come back as GSL. So, like, GSL is a very difficult question because I think GSL basically would need support from whatever circuit comes around from eSports World Cup and so on. But, so yeah, GSL is a difficult question. I think, honestly, from the eSports World Cup perspective, is no news is fine news, because I honestly think if it wasn't going to happen, someone would just say it's not happening. So, I just don't know if that statement applies to GSL, because I think GSL is kind of just waiting on eSports World Cup and to see if eSports World Cup would support GSL. It might not be GSL, it might be ESL Korea, for example, or something like eSports World Cup Korea Regionals. I don't know what that looks like. Might be a rebranded GSL. That's a real impossibility to kind of call. GSL, I think, is maybe the biggest question mark of if we'll ever get it back. You know, honestly, I think I have a pretty unpopular opinion, but I kind of wish that... I don't wish, but I don't think it would necessarily be a terrible thing if GSL just was done. As long as we obviously, like, I'm not saying let's not have Korean competition, but I think it's fair to say GSL is not, or GSL over the last couple of years has not been the tournament that has the prestige and the namesake of GSL, right? It's been obviously a very gutted out version of it. I don't think it's a bad thing to let GSL as a name tournament be a thing of legacy, you know? And, you know, maybe let it just be like, you know, like, I mean, calling something GSL just doesn't feel like GSL anymore, is what I'm going to say. And that doesn't mean I don't want to see, like, GSL, I say in quotation marks, but, like, they could have the same tournament at this point, call it something different, because it just doesn't feel like what GSL was. I know that might be just kind of, like, very kind of, like, picky, you know, being a bit picky or something, but it's like, You know, if it comes back as ESL Korea or eSports World Cup, the Korea Regionals, or whatever it is, then great. It might still be run by the same guys, or like organized, or like broadcast, whatever. I don't think it's a bad thing if we don't call it GSL anymore, you know? So, yeah. I think, honestly, when I think when EPT came around, they should have integrated GSL more with EPT straight away. And obviously GSL was part of EPT. But I think they should have just took a step towards branding GSL in that way. And I'm sure like GSL did EPT some favors, and so GSL got to keep their branding. But I don't know if the GSL brand was really needed to be kind of dragged through what it went through the last couple of years, you know? Loco TV on the 92-month resub. Look at us cashing in on some YouTube dollars. Loco with the resub. Thanks so much, mate. Don't worry, I didn't forget about you. I will send you the replays. I'll send you the PTR replays when the tournament's done. You'll have something to cast tomorrow morning, I promise. Ah, these YouTubers, they show up just when the replay pack is due, don't they? Every time. Thanks, Speed and Hatchery coming up. The Stargate building on the other side. As a few things gather, we do see an adept moving across as well. A few moments here in this game number 2 to just set up, as we pretty much always do in a PvZ. This matchup really is the matchup of getting settled. Captain Bronze. Is that like Captain Prawns? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Wardy, do you pay the pros for their replays? Well, they play in my tournament, so by playing in the tournament, they're getting paid for playing in the tournament, right? So, kind of? Like they play in the tournament, they get paid. You know? I mean, I don't specifically be like, hey, here's your portion of the money for your replays this month. It's like, I play in my tournaments, you know, the replays are... I guess the replays aren't mine, but like, they came from my tournaments. They're kind of mine to give out and do with as I wish. That's kind of how all tournaments work, so... It has been a thing in the past where players don't want their replays released, they don't play in tournaments. So... Nowadays, that's not really as much of a thing, but... yeah. Imagine hosting, casting, and observing a tournament, you can't even keep the replays. For some reason, I feel like my memory brings me back to there was once where someone actually made us delete the replays of the tournament we casted. It's very common to be like, certain tournament organizers be like, hey, please don't release the replays, like, you know, we're going to use those for our own ways of making some money or whatever, and, you know, all this and that. I feel like once someone was, like, so serious about it, they actually asked us to delete the replays once they were done. I was just like, how are you going to check? Like, I'll just move them to a different folder. Whoa, they're not there anymore. They're deleted. I really, like, that just brought, like, you saying that just brought up, like, this memory in my head. I was like, I actually think that happened. I can't for the life of me recall who, what, or when, but, like, that seems strangely familiar in my head. You can't just, yeah, I know what you're going to do, like, watch me delete them. Like, I'm going to send you a video of me deleting them. It's like, well, I'm going to go in the recycling bin. I'm going to get them back out. This game's just taking a few chill moments. We did lose an Oracle. That was pretty much the excitement of this so far. Goblin just getting into the corner of that main base and kind of getting trapped in by a couple of other queens. As the Oracles will continue to go for the creep team. This was actually quite nice. Getting rid of a bunch of creep is always going to be worthwhile. So shutting that creep down, trying to slow that down at least as the 4th base comes up. Actually going to get some of the lings on the rocks as well, trying to stop that happening. These Oracles kind of low on energy. They've been pretty active. Obviously nowadays you can get back home, get an energy overcharge, and be fully recharged and set to go again. +1 attack and blink continue to build through on the side of Goblin. We're going to get that on the go. The infestation pit is coming up. +1 missiles and roach speed is coming up. as we'll knock down that set of rocks. Ooh, well, the infestation pit obviously suggests swarm hosts. Now we're going to see the Nidus network coming through as well. Meanwhile, Goblin gets the fleet beacon. We have seen some fast motherships. Be kind of awesome. Goblin had an MVP mothership the other day as well. The mothership that was actually the best mothership of all time against Rogue. It was in the first game they played, and I actually think that mothership completely turned the course of that fight. I think it completely turned around how that engagement was going. Run by. I mean, we know how good Shin's been with the run bys today. If Shin makes the finals, I'm kind of worried for ByuN. I feel like Shin's run bys are just so on point right now. Swarm host popping out, just going to be seeing the Locust, going to drop down. Stalkers blink, and they get one swarm host, but they could have had a second. They took an overlord instead. Things and Roaches are going to dive through. The Nexus taking some damage. It's going to be dropping in a couple of moments. Mothership about halfway done, +2 attack and charge. Continuing in as well. A couple of pylons will fall. That Nexus is already dead. Stalker's going to blink across. A couple of Roaches taking hits. So we will see the Ling Roach continue to turn back around. Stalker's getting pushed away. Out through the bottom side of the map. Stalkers keep getting pushed around. I mean, losing the natural so quickly gives Shin a lot of momentum, and he's going to keep on denying that fourth base as well. It's always weird when you're playing against these swarm hosts because, you know, they play on a lower economy, but actually in this case, Shin's on 78 workers. He's not continuing to build swarm hosts. He's on his way to Hive. All right, Mothership, turn this one around as the Locust is going to drop in. They're going to get a flank on the Stalkers. We are going to pop the cloaking, though, and there's no detection here. Mothership pays for itself. Time warps as well to chase the Roaches down. Some Locusts off to the left side. They're going to try and fight through that warp gate. The Cybercore will take damage. Again, +2 in charge still coming up. Lings and Hydras and Overseers building also. Cybercore still taking hits as our Stalkers will blink forward and the Nidus networks will both go down. You know, we've been talking about that Caster Civil War final. A Time Warp was actually a major part of that final game on Blackburn as well. And I'll never forget when first time I saw Spirit afterwards, he said, because I gave him his trophy. And he's like, you know this game on Blackburn? I was like, yeah. He's like, well, you know why I lost or why I was about to lose? And I was like, no. He's like, I didn't realize that Time Warp slowed the attack time of your units. So when you're standing in the Time Warp, units attack more slowly. He's like, I didn't realize it, so I took the fight. And, you know, I took the fight and I just was like, man, why are my units doing no damage? I had no idea. I always thought that was so funny. He's like, he just had no idea. I was like, well, actually, I didn't know either, but like, you know, I'm not the professional player, you know, I just cast. And I see a Time Warp like once a year, so it didn't really matter if I knew what a Time Warp does. That's so, he just thought it was movement speed, not just not attack speed. I thought that was so funny. I think I did know that, but like I just didn't really think about it at the time as well. As Shin, by the way, is just in a killer position. The Goblin God mode of yesterday seems to have died off a little bit. As we're going to try and we're going to recall. I'm not sure if that's the recall that's going to change this game, but please prove me wrong. That's the new Microbial Shroud, by the way, going down to protect units from the Mothership. Swarm host showing up. The Hydra count is running thin, but the Locusts are going to get there for a few more Stalkers. We actually do blink to get rid of the Infestors on the right-hand side. Hydras are still trying to chase down to the bottom. Mothership will live. This was a surprisingly effective trade from Goblin. Do you think he meant to recall? I don't know if the recall did anything that he couldn't have just done anyway. I don't know if it really... I can understand maybe it was an idea of a positional recall, but I feel like he could have just blinked into that position. But I guess you recall and you have blink available too. That was kind of weird. Microbial Shroud to protect against the Mothership is peak new patch. Yeah, that's definitely a new patch moment, but it's like one of the least exciting new patch interactions all the time. It's like Microbial Shroud, Mothership. It's like the bad ability now makes the unit, which wasn't really doing that much damage extra than it was before, do less. Ling Hydra's going to push forward. We're going to dive in towards this base on the bottom side. We are going to have Hydra dash in a moment. Frenzy, as it's still called. Mothership falls. As Frenzy finishes, how are we going to use it? Are we going to dash forward? Are we going to see it at all? We're going to dash backwards and then walk back forwards because that's how we do things here. Shin's like, look, I've got this ability. I built it. And Goblin's like, good job. You're using the patch things. Shin's like, yeah, I just want you to know that. Swarm was going to keep going for this gold, but the stasis wards for days over there, so those Swarm hosts are... actually, this time Pop's on just a couple locusts first, so we will actually kill the gold base. Shin will knock this down. Turns around for a couple more probes as well. Locust coming over. Zealot Stalker's going to hang about. Going to see the Tempest taking a few more shots. +3 missiles, halfway done. Additional Hydra's coming about. Ling Hydra into the center. Overseer's overhead. I'm going to drop the Storm. He just dashed one Hydra, now he dashes the other. I'm not even sure what we're dashing them for. I feel like he's just like, oh cool, my Hydras have an activatable ability. Let's just dash them for the fun of pressing the button. Nexus goes down. I think this is a continued death animation for Goblin. Unfortunately, here in this game number 2. As +3 missiles comes up, the adaptive talons comes in. Double temper shot still firing. Stalker's high temper's pressing up. Lurker's settling. We are going to be having this army of Shin continues to move toward the bottom left hand side. A couple tempers definitely make it a bit more complicated for Shin to end this game, but shouldn't be too damning at the end. Oh, we actually dash backwards there, out of the storm. Storm was going to try and press forward as well a little bit as Locust is going to go. But man, these Locusts kind of trying to get in deep. They're actually going to try and land on top of the High Templar. They're going to drain a lot of shields and battery energy very quickly there, as now the Hydra is able to get to the front wall off. And we are just slowly making this game Shin's, as he's going to be on a 2-0 lead in this best-of-5 semi-final. Shin making a very good case to get into this grand final against ByuN today. ByuN obviously waiting for the series to wrap up, and then that best-of-5 grand finals will be coming up. Excited for that one. I think that's going to be fun. We'll see if Goblin can amass a comeback against Shin. It's just been a little bit tough. He was playing so good yesterday. He looked like he could beat anyone, and in this couple games, I mean, honestly, he looked like he could beat Shin in this game 1. That's how quickly a series can turn. An opportunity where if Goblin maybe took a fight in game 1, he could have won that game. Versus now in game 2, he definitely didn't have a great answer to the Swarm host at all. And suddenly now you're 0-2 down. Locust keep on pushing through. High Templars do have some Storm energy. We just give that one High Templar alive as... I honestly, like, I'm looking at these dashes and I'm trying to make sense of them. I'm like, have any of these dashes really done anything? I feel like he keeps dashing units back just to bring them straight back forward, but they weren't even in range of anything when they dash. Shin takes game 2. I feel like Shin's just having fun, man. GG's as we go into a 2-0 lead here in this bottom portion of the bracket. Shin is making it very one-sided. Kick this off in a couple moments. As, yeah, game number 3 coming about will be on Ultra Love. How many times has Ultra Love been map 3 today? I feel like it's consistently the 3rd map. Central, West, Central. So is Goblin's server and map pick now? Maybe this is his chance to take a map. Try and save us from another 3-0. Come on, Goblin. I really believe, especially after he played so well yesterday. I absolutely believe. He sniped an Oracle near the end with a dash. Nice. What a game. Like, there's definitely moments that dash was probably worth it. Like, when a Storm was down, dash out. But, like, it felt like every time I noticed the dash, he was like, I'm going to dash away from nothing and then walk right back to the nothing. If you can just dash. Yeah, maybe he's just like, hey, if my Hydras move quickly, they might feel like they might, you know, maybe they feel like shooting more quickly a little bit, you know? Maybe it just, you know, energizes them. Ready. Alright, let's get into Ultra Love. As we kick this off and we get this underway, let's see what will happen. On the top right hand side, we are going to have ourselves the red Zerg player. He is up 2-0. He's a map away from the finals. He's been playing great lately. He's the player that keeps making it to a lot of the finals of our tournaments, winning some of them as well. In the top right corner of the map, this is Shin. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss player, we have ourselves GOBLIN. As we head into Game 3 of this. Best of 5. Am I playing RuneScape right now? I do dabble in some AFK and RuneScape on the side, yes. While we cast some StarCraft. You know what RuneScape is. It's an AFK-able game. So see our gateway coming up. Hatch gas and pool on the way. Nexus will build. We take ourselves a few moments to get settled up here. See what is going to happen as our drone moves across. Hatchery just going to drop in. Get settled. And as yeah, a couple of drones is going to get a nibbling. Probe taking some damage. Couple queens coming out. Extractor building. Going to be a hatch gas and a spawning pool. Ling chases the probe. Probe runs from the Ling. I really need Hostum here to bring some hype commentary to this Ling probe chase. Well, actually, that was very exciting. The Queen nearly killed it, and that's actually going to mean that the probe goes down! Holy crap. Who knew the first 3 minutes of PvZ could be fun? Probe dies. Look at the Queen getting a couple shots off there to make the difference. Isn't that so sick? Yeah. Warpgate coming up. Stargate building. Hatchery coming through. Just gonna sit about, gonna shade in toward the natural as the Adept and the Warp Gate coming by, Ling speed building. The Void Ray is gonna be on the way from Goblins, so something a bit different from him to Void Ray first. I wonder if we go fast Twilight Council behind this, maybe a complete change of pace from him. Like Stargate into fast Twilight or something along those lines could be very cool. A couple of Adepts are going to fire, a couple of Lings are taking damage, Queens are going to be shooting. The Adepts will take a lot of hits there as the Lings are going to get about. And only 2 drones going down. I mean, but the Adepts get out alive, right? Which is pretty amazing. Void Ray going to be followed by the Oracle, so we'll have an Oracle too. But did the Void Ray just not get the Overlord? Kind of bad if you build a Void Ray and you don't deny the vision of your opponent. It's like one of the main things you should be able to get. If this Overlord ends up scouting, it's in such a good place too because it can watch the gases here, so you get a perfect scout on the gas timing on the natural. I can tell you so much about what's maybe going to happen, how things are going to play out and all that kind of stuff. Link speed will complete from Shin in the back of this main base. Yeah, that's the Overlord. He's just going to reposition ever so slightly to see the second gas. So the Void Ray comes in now. We'll kill it, but... yeah, what a silly thing to give up. Just letting this Overlord see the gas timing. It's one of those things you should have been able to get on track of immediately, I think. But maybe the pathing of the Overlord was good to hide it initially. I didn't really pay attention because didn't really think it was going to be an interesting factor of the game. Like Council and Forge both building up from Goblin. We do see some circling. He's going to get a wrap around here on the pylon. Pylon falls. The Oracle activates. Chase the Lings away once more. Push that a little further back. That's going to shoot a few of those drones. Continue to fall. The Lings are going to wrap around, getting some kills. Maybe 6 drones. Hey, nice for Goblin, right? Get some damage done. He's the player that's kind of in need of getting something done in this game right now. Extra drones building up. The Lair and the Evo Chamber. Hatchery as well. Continue to come in. +1 and Blink setting up as well. Extra gates all building as we do have Lings trying to get to the front. The Oracles are going to be there. Turn those Lings back the other direction. And just Lair, drones, all producing. Evolution Chamber coming up as well. A couple of extractors will build from Shin. Again, +1 and Blink all on the way out with the gateways and production as well. We should do a whole cast where the boring stuff is exciting and the exciting stuff is boring. I mean, so when Hawson was here the other day, we did a meme, like, first 3 minutes we said we'd make it a hype cast no matter what. And it was like, it's genuinely exhausting being exciting about stuff that isn't exciting. And this is how you know that if I get excited, I'm genuinely excited, because like we did this for like 2 minutes and I was like, oh my god, I can't do this anymore. This is just being excited about whatever is just dumb. Yeah, being excited is an exhausting experience, especially when you have to fake it. Unbelievable. Flings will be coming over to the left-hand side. Going to be seeing a lot of Hydras on the way up, +1 missiles, Groove Spines, Roach Speed coming up. The Oracles are going to be there to turn the Lings around as well. Not needed to activate because the Lings turn away from the cannon. And Shin, 69 drones. Nice. And he's going to go and settle for an attack here, it would seem. As he gets his upgrades in place, it looks like he is setting up to just play this kind of Roach Hydra Ling attack. Or defense initially as well as a possibility. There he is with the Lings trying to counterattack again. It's a little bit of a throwback to the game 1, isn't it? He's going to be Ling run-buying as he tries to run by the Lings. At the same time, we've got Hydras playing defensively as well. And yeah, we're going to knock down the rocks now. Stalkers, you can blink away. Yep, good job, because those rocks are about to make trouble for you. We lose an Oracle as well. Rocks will go down, opening up the space. So he actually just takes them... honestly, might take them down so he doesn't get trapped by the cooling tower being collapsed or something instead, right? It's also not a bad thing. Also, now you knock down these rocks, you open up a much larger space to sit in. Less kind of choke points for the Stalkers to use. As we push it back, we get another Oracle. That's such a letdown for Goblin, because you need these Oracles to stasis ward. They do so much for you. We've seen lately, I mean, one of the hot topics has been just how good stasis wards have been, right? And how consistently you can stasis and all of this and that. And you lose your Oracles, now you can't stasis ward at all. That's a problem. That creates a big issue for you. That really makes you be in such a worse position of the game. A little sad. Hinder comes down the bottom, a couple of Zealots coming through. We're just going to have ourselves, those Zealots going to get grabbed. Battery is going to get brought back up energy-wise as Roach Hydra Ravager continues to push in. Cannon in the battery will fall. And we will see our Lings coming in from the other side. GG from Goblin. Unfortunately, this was not his day today. He was so good yesterday. I was so excited for this series. Game 1 kept me excited. Games 2 and 3 looked like Shin was just the much stronger player. And just come out of that with a 3-0 victory. Shin is going to move into the finals and take on ByuN. Like I say, a little bit sad that it went the way it did, just 3-0. But like, at the same time, I look at this, I'm like, well, you know what? Honestly, still, like, I felt like Goblin that first game looked great. And if he just won that first game, who knows what the rest of this series looks like? Because game 2 kind of goes, you know, falls apart so quickly anyway. Yeah, who knows, who knows. Yo, Mustang, thank you so much for the £8 donation. That probe kill at the start was so exciting. I never saw that queen coming. Anyways, I knew I had to tip after that. It made my whole day. Thank you for the donation, mate. Appreciate the support. You know, it's funny because I was genuinely just memeing, like, you know, here we go, Ling chasing the probe. Sorry. And then the queen actually hitting the probe and getting the kills genuinely is kind of exciting. Like, that was unexpected. Funny, serendipitous moment. I was, is the last match best of 7? No. We are ahead of schedule. Today would have been one of the days the best of 7 would have been fine. Last week we went way behind schedule on these best of 5s, so we're just going to keep it best of 5 because TLDR, the reason it is a best of 5 is because, you know, a bunch of best of 5s in a row can end up being pretty long, right? So, yeah, we're just going to keep it best of 5 as... Ooh, who has the highest seed between ByuN and Shin? Shin has a better map score. All right, grand finals coming up. TVZ, best of 5. Shin versus ByuN. Get this underway. Get those likes on the YouTube stream, guys. If you haven't already hit the like button, I'm going to do a YouTube like check. If you're not above 100, you get in trouble. YouTube chat, you are... Oh, you've smashed it, YouTube. Never mind. I'm going to tell my YouTube chat. I'm going to tell my YouTube stream off. They've already hit the like button. Ay, ay, ay. Typical streamer trying to be angry at his chat for no reason. Nobody saw the green coming, the greatest moment of SCT in the last few minutes. Amygdala going to be the first map for this TVZ grand final. Shin will pick map 1. ByuN will pick maps 2 and 3. Shin will pick maps 4 and 5. The final map that does not get played is the odd one out. We all point and laugh for it not getting picked. Imagine, I'm not even getting vetoed, just not getting picked. Like, getting vetoed, it's like this. It's like, well, you know what? One person doesn't like you. If you don't get picked, nobody likes you. This really is the sadness, the sadness that maps have to go through in this veto process, apparently. El Dorado will be map 2. We're guaranteed to see that. Waiting for a call on map 3. Ultra Love, because every time we play today, Ultra Love is map 3. I think it was map 1 in one of the series, but it's been map 3 so much, it's ridiculous. It was map 3. It was map 4 against in ByuN Gumiho. Oh no, it was map 4 in Clem ByuN as well. It was map... It's actually only been map 3 on Goblin Shin. I'm actually just going crazy. I'm actually talking rubbish. Never mind. It was map 4 a couple of times though. I've just merged where it was in the lineup, apparently. Fourth map, Leylines. Fifth map, Snow. Whispers of Gold gets left out. Okay, interesting. Nope. Alright, let's drag people around. We've gained a caster somehow. Someone just showed up. Someone was like, you know, I'm not going to cast all the great games today. I'm only going to cast the finals. Ready, play set. Alright guys, let's go to Amygdala for the grand finals of today's WardiTV PTR event. It's been a fun week of games. Like I say, we're going to do a large tournament next week. I'm bored of doing these 1 week tournaments. It's nice to kind of do a tournament over a week, but I'm ready to do something a little bit bigger. Up the prizes, get a few more players involved. Let's have a sick tournament starting next week. Must be a YouTuber. Look, I'm basically a professional YouTuber. I'll have you know, I made a YouTube short, and it went viral. So I'll have you know, I basically am a qualified YouTuber at this point in time. The best part is I'm not a YouTube boomer like you, Loco. You know, I'm not one of these old school YouTubers. I'm like the new fresh YouTuber. You know, I'm down with the cool YouTube kids doing these shorts and stuff, and yeah. Alright guys, it's the grand finals of the WardiTV PTR event number 2. In the top right, we have our red Terran player. He TVT'd his way through the round of 8 and round of 4, taking out Clem and Gumiho in the process. It is ByuN in the top right corner of the map. As in the bottom left-hand side, our blue Zerg is going to be Shin. He came through Spirit and Goblin. Neither of the players who won their groups get into the finals today. Fun little story. If you're watching this on YouTube, do consider liking and subscribing to the video. I'm assuming that this is also going to be an upload as well. So I will say that, because I don't say that at the start of a lot of videos. And thank you everyone for supporting the tournament and the series. It's been a great one. Let's hope for a great grand final. A question from the chat: did I consider not having vetoes on PTR tournaments? Seems worthwhile to force exploring the new maps. Well, in this case, all of the maps that are in the map pool are new anyways, so they're all new maps. And I think the veto process is actually very important. That's why I always keep the veto process in the Team Liquid map contest tournaments as well. Because I think it's important for people to see which maps get vetoed a lot, or which races are vetoing certain maps. I actually think it gives a lot of information. And overall, I think it gives better games if you provide a veto process as well. Because some maps are naturally just not going to be good for certain matchups. So why make, you know, a lot of your... Because then it gets boring, because if a certain map is just not good for a matchup, it's better to have that vetoed than to have someone just pick it every single time and play a bad game, you know? I think we've seen it, honestly, a fair share of the maps as well over the course of this PTR. I don't think any map's really been unloved. There's definitely been periods, I think El Dorado took a little while for people to start playing on and stuff, but I think over time, the amount everyone's played on each map is definitely kind of evened out, to be honest. Overlord just going to chill on the corner as we settle ourselves into this. A couple of lings will begin to come across the map as well. Couple queens building, hatchery coming through. As... yeah, we take a couple moments to settle into this grand final on Amygdala for map number 1. A couple of lings are going to get here. As ByuN plays the Noah Reaper, so the lings can come across the map. Good little defense as those lings get turned away. And we get our queens and our drones continue to build. Hatchery coming up from Shin as well. Hellions are building. Starport moves to the tech lab. Roachron and a few drones coming up as well. Hatchery settles in on the third base. The Roachron obviously is of note because it tells us a lot about what style we're going to see here. Shin's already massing up a bit of gas. Unfortunately for him, ByuN is going to be playing the Banshees already. That naturally puts ByuN into a good place against roaches or any sort of roach attack. It's always nice to have Banshees when roaches are involved. Five roaches in production. We do have the queens on the way as well. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay. I thought for a moment the Hellions might dive by, but it's not going to matter too much anyway. The roaches really are just spawning now. Let's start to settle. I'm just going to listen to these lings break through these rocks. Can the roaches please help finish the rocks off? God damn it. I'm so sick of listening to these rocks be attacked. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where the damage is. I cannot see that Banshee on the minimap at all. It's in the natural. Gets past the spore. 6 drones going down, and Shin taking some serious damage. Roach is seen. He does have some roaches across the map. It's going to be a 7th drone. ByuN getting some major damage done here right away. Queen going to take a few hits. Hellions going to try and drive by into the third bases. ByuN wants it all. He wants all the drone kills. 10 workers killed so far. Let's make it 12. As you do see the Hellions getting out of there. Banshee back onto the Roachron. Roach is going to finish off this depot, and they are going to get in. Where's the second Banshee? Yeah, it was on the map, so it is going to have to pull back, and that's going to be Shin's chance to equalize the worker count a little bit here, as the SCV pull is Might cost you a few workers, but it does also help to speed up the defense, so there's a win-win there. As we play the cleanup. And +1 coming through. We lost 22 drones on the other side of the map, though. I mean, that's serious damage. Now, Shin is at 59 workers still. But those are workers he's had to make to rebuild the worker count rather than just, making more of a worker lead. So that is a huge factor. +1 attack coming through. Combat shields in production. As we have the Banshees pushed back away. Marines are going to get around the left-hand side. Again, definitely have some workers to make to catch up a little bit, but I think Shin is going to struggle army-wise because he's had to remake those workers. Like I say, it's very easy just to be like, well, he's still got a worker lead, but it has come at a cost, and that cost is army. And he's playing a supply-heavy army as well, so 38 supply roaches doesn't really stand for much. I like where ByuN is at, and he's doing the right things. Move like that is just cloak up these Banshees. Move a seat to the right. Has to run into the spore on the left, so this doesn't really do much. But yeah, he does the right thing. Getting a 4th base cancel is the sort of thing that gives you an advantage in this game and builds on what you've had. Means we'll get there. Hatchery is going to cancel. He actually got the kill the first time around, so kind of cancel this time. Shin does not mess up that. We pull back through the top. As the 1-1 missile upgrades, the link speed building through, the infestation pit is coming up as well. We continue to get all of that in production here. A couple hatches still coming up, and that queen's going to hold out in the center. Kind of excited. We're kind of, surviving through the mid game right now. I'd love to see these two kind of get to some later games. We've seen them play a lot of later games in the past. We know that that's a possibility. And I think it's one of the cool things to test with that Ghost obviously being nerfed a little bit, the supply cost of it being increased. So I actually think that would be one of the cool things to maybe see if we can get a longer game out between these two over the course of this series. Maybe even a couple. Dare I ask for a couple longer games? Am I being greedy? Maybe a little bit as... Marines is going to lift back up. Roach is coming back over. Carapace is about to finish. Link speed is on the way. Very well, so bad. Hope your PC gets better soon. There's a couple of medevacs continue to escape away through the bottom side. It's just going to skirt out of there. Again, T2 upgrades on the way up. Siege Tank, Marauder, and Marines all in production. The Bioforce will knock through a set of rocks in the center as well, so we work through that. The medevacs will unload on the corner. And obviously we have a lot of creep teamers that we can maybe jump on. Fire will get there. Rocks go down. A couple of tanks we can maybe move on through with as well. SCVs are going to long distance onto this gold base. A little bit more creep getting cleaned up as our T2 upgrades and Dwelling Claws all on the way through as well. In the bottom right corner, we're going to jump back on top, and a Roach there, taking some shots as well. +1 melee, +2 Carapace, all producing 11 additional Banes and that Baneling speed as we go. Adrenal Glands is going to be huge for Shin in the late game. Oh, over here, fight actually breaks out. The Banes don't even have Bane speed, but Shin saw an opportunity to dive on this army. Couldn't get my mouse over to the left side of the map, to the mini-map fast enough to click on that. Sorry, guys. As Roach is just going to be setting the medevacs load back up. We're going to try and close the Pilot Siege Tank down there. There are other tanks to cover this area, but it does mean taking this gold becomes a little bit more difficult. The battle of who controls the middle is so fascinating, and obviously Terran's going to try and hold this gold, but then a Terran army doesn't usually want to sit out in the middle of the map so much. Usually you want to kind of, either be attacking or kind of sitting back properly turtled. Widowmine does not go off as Shin plays the daring game of sitting on the edge of that Widowmine's range. Banes continue through. ByuN continue to pull back. Another Bane lane looking to connect. We're just going to run. We finally turn and fight that. More Biles into the mineral line, and a few more SCVs go down. Shin bullying ByuN over on that gold location. We will unload in the corner here. Overlord going to take a few shots of damage. Roaches are going to show up. Those Marines will go down. We load the Marines back into the medevac as Good job from Shin, though. I feel like he's been very successful in the middle of the map, and anything you do to slow ByuN down is going to make your later game that much stronger. As we could have maybe tried to send those Banes forward there. He didn't have many, though. It's a risk. You know, maybe you believe your Banes can connect, but it's ByuN. He can also micro very well, too. Love the Biles to knock this Widowmine down immediately, though. The Biles have been great, consistently finding good targets. Like I say, Shin holding the middle of the map, keeping the creep here as well goes a long way for him. There's another round of Biles. ByuN has to pull the SCVs. He's going to open up the rocks on the left-hand side, which gives him more attacking opportunities. Right now, he doesn't have a lot of movement because he's kind of... Oops, sorry. He gets kind of through these rocks and he has to go downwards. Now he's going to be able to go across through the top of the map, so that makes it a bit more complicated for Shin to find a defense. Yep, he's going to pull across all the way there. The Mendovac going to drop in the main base at the same time as ByuN tries to test the multitasking of his opponent. Lane Bane trying to run through. Ultra's leading the charge forward. ByuN will lift up and get out. The Marines in the corner here unload for an Overseer. That'll be about it for now. Time to lift up and get away there as Widowmine's going to go blow up some of the Vipers. The Medevacs will get out alive. Blinding Cloud goes down. As we are going to see the tanks knocked out, and we are going to see once again the gold base under fire. Once more the SCVs pull away. We're actually going to send a bunch of them to this blue base. This right side fifth that gets set up. I wonder if ByuN just kind of maybe focus on... Honestly, it may not even be terrible to just drop mules on the gold. It's not exactly efficient because mules don't mine more from a gold than they do the blue bases, but maybe a way to just kind of have units that just aren't as valuable if they die, if that makes sense. Like, mules are important, but you're not losing resources when they die necessarily as... Oh my goodness, the blinding clouds. Sorry, the parasitic bomb plus the just units on the ground going big there as ByuN tried to lift out a getaway. Never mind, it's not really going to matter what I'm talking about with the base and what you send there because it looks as though Shin is just going to brute force his way through. Talk about relentless pressure. Shin did not stop. He just went and went and went. And he did not look back at any point in time. Shin is going to take game number 1 of this best of 5 grand final. And he looked very good in doing so. He's on a roll today. That's his 7th map win in a row. I mean, talk about the group stage for him as well. I mean, he just, he had a good group stage, right? Like, Shin went through. His loss was to Clem. He looked great, especially in ZVT. He beat Gumiho as well. Game number 2 going to be on El Dorado. And we will get El Dorado loaded up here in just a moment. All Korean Grand Finals. You can just continue to host on the same server. Don't have to figure out which portion of the alternating we're on. Shin is on fire. He's really good right now. Shin is so good. Like, it's so fun to watch a really good Shin. I'm loving following this guy. I really, if nobody else, hope there's a big tournament circuit next year because I would love to see this Shin get into a big tournament circuit and have these results as well. Had moments of greatness, right, in the past, but like, yeah, I mean, he made GSL finals, let's not forget. But like, he's looking so good right now. Like, I think better than he's ever looked. It's really sick. The year is 2024 and Shin is low-key becoming one of the very best players in the world. El Dorado, game number 2. When's the next time we'll see Cyril? Maybe a home story cup? Maybe. Otherwise, I'm not really sure. In the bottom left corner of the map, we're going to kickstart game 2 of this best of 5 final with the red Zerg player leading the series and looking to extend it to match point opportunity. We have Shin. Takes on the blue Terran in the bottom right corner of the map. We have ByuN. Grand finals here today in the WardiTV PTR event. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for being here. Game 2. Excited to see what the plan becomes. Take a few moments. Indy left us a couple series ago. I've had to do my own observing, but in a moment just for follow someone's camo while we stand up and stretch the legs a little bit. It's honestly nice to see there seems to be way more PTR testing this time around. Yeah, I think it's been easier to kind of get players to test it because there's not been other things coming up. I think last time we had PTR testing, there was still kind of other tournaments looming, and not all tournaments were on PTR, so people didn't really want to go and test it because they weren't sure if anything was going to change. Now you don't really have much else to do at the moment, right? So you may as well play on the PTR, you may as well test things out, you may as well play in the PTR tournaments. Overlord just going to come overhead on the natural. We'll spot to see what's up. Reaper firing a few shots away. This is the first Reaper of the series, right? Because he went for Marine first last time. That's why the Lings got across the map early on. Factory in the reactor still building through the command center on the way in. Ling speed producing from Shin. No surprises there just yet. Queen's gonna fire. Reaper takes a couple shots. So you have that Queen bouncing around. The Ling speed coming in at the command center and orbital both on the way. And get that going. When does the patch fully drop? We still don't know. My personal guesstimate is within the next 1 to 2 weeks. I think is pretty likely. But we have no actual official information or anything along those lines, so it really is just a guesstimate. We have no way of actually knowing. Queen's come about, Reaper hanging. CC is about to finish. He's gonna nil, gonna go back the other way. He's gonna fire. Hellions and Reaper get pushed back. Interference Matrix and Stimpack coming through. Factory lands, reactor comes up, couple Marines is gonna go hit the Overlord. Hellions will try and break through. The couple Queens are going to be moving about as well. Banshee and Marine continue to come in. Stimpack coming through. A couple Creep Tumors taking some shots. The barracks are still producing. And the gold base I'm starting to mine here as well. A couple of evolution chambers will go down as the Queens move back up into the main base. The Banshee slips away down through the bottom side. Yeah, ByuN went for no cloak. Sometimes you start the Raven upgrade just to kind of make it look like cloak, which is, I believe the interference matrix is also cheaper, so it means you have less resource investment in the fake out until you cancel it. So yeah, slight factor there as the Hellions gonna shoot at the Queens. A couple of shots coming through. Hellions gonna try and get round to that top side. The melee upgrade's on the way up. Ling's in the extractors building. Lair is on the way through as well. So we're gonna bring that all into play. 1-1 upgrades in the combat shield building also. Baneling Nest is going to come through from Shin, so yeah, just going to get into Ling Bane for this next section of the game. El Dorado has continued to be the map we expected it to be, which is interesting, fun, so many players experimenting with different ways to try and kind of, you know, expand on this map, play on this map, position on this map. ByuN going to go for the traditional forward gold base as the Terran. That does give Shin some freedom and maybe start working through the bottom of the map, and Shin's not being afraid to take that bottom side gold base as well, so it's definitely been one thing he's been happy to do, even the gold on his side of the map as well, via the bottom as well, so yeah, Shin is perhaps going to focus then. I don't mind that either when the Terran is likely going to be pushing through the top of the map. Expanding to the forward base in the center seems pretty rough for you as a Zerg right now. As things move around, the Hydra Den is coming up, the Baneling Speed is coming up. Just seeing the Marines and Tank and Hellions continue to press forward. And continue to step up as the... Yeah, a few extra Banes will come morphing in. So a few Banelings morphing, just going to be having our Queens trying to fight some damage out. A few Banelings are going to go back the other direction. The Marines have to step away here. Tank firing, Queen's getting chased. Good position for ByuN just before, first of all 1-1, but also Baneling Speed is done. Gives you a good time to fight, a good window to fight in, where you're going to be advantaged, and that's exactly what ByuN tries to take advantage of right there in those few moments. Pulls the Marines back to the watchtower on the bottom side now. They hold out, a couple of Lings go down, we'll step forwards, and a couple of Creep Tumors will get knocked down as well. Creep Tumors fall, and we're going to turn on to some Banes. A little miss micro, a few Marines kind of stepped forward instead of jumping into the medevac, it felt like. That was a very un-ByuN-like micro mistake. GT melee upgrades building, the Groove Spine's on the way. We have the drop on the top side from ByuN starting to go through the Creep Tumors. And making progress. Obviously still have the drop available in the bottom as well. That Baneling gets target fired as ByuN takes that fight. The Lings do get a wrap around, but it's not... it was actually good enough against what was there. The reinforcements show up, and they're going to be what makes the difference. This time I don't think we've actually got enough, though, as we will see the Woodamine connecting on some Lings. And the Banshees are going to make themselves heard of again as they hit the hatchery down for a bit of damage. ByuN was trying to activate himself on the bottom side of the map too, but that's not done anything. And Shin has once more pushed back this ByuN pressure, and he has held on without taking serious hurt, which is always an impressive feat because ByuN plays so quickly, he's so good at being everywhere. It's not always a guarantee that you're going to be able to push back and shut down this aggression. Being Hydra Gathering, we use G2 melee upgrades and the muscular augments coming up. G2 attack upgrades coming up as well. Marines, tank, medevacs, window mines all stepping forward. We do have our bio units coming about as well. Gains one more. Hydras will gather. Bio mine up to the top as we get rid of some Lings. Oh, Siege Tank gonna get grabbed. Widow Mines actually do get burrowed. We will have one successful Widow Mine shot going off there as ByuN continues to press his way through for the moment, stepping forward. He still holds the Botch Tower with a group of Marines also. Shin continues to deflect on two sides of the map. Trying for a catch here. Needs to get back around the top to maybe surround. A couple Widow Mines in a good place as well. I'm going to turn this attack into an attack over here. He's going to hit the gold base. The third of the Terran going to take some damage as the Hydras can obviously shoot over the mineral lines. ByuN actually has to lift up on the top side as Shin forces him away. Very action-packed game as obviously ByuN continues to fight everywhere, but Shin really is doing his absolute best to match him on that. And Medevac staying in range of the Hydras. That's hurting. Some Lings get around the right side. They're going to try and run by onto this base. That's not a planetary yet. Great time to show up, and those SCVs are all going to be lost. This is slipping out of control for ByuN all of a sudden. 18 SCVs go down. He does get some Lings in return. The Hydras are still here denying the gold base mining, though. Yeah, it is absolutely slipping out of control for ByuN. He's not doing much with his own counterattacks anymore either. It is becoming more and more troublesome as we speak. Okay, Hydra back to the bottom. Medevac's in the top. 2-2, about to finish on the engineering base. Clem starting up, Marine Marauder still producing. We got a few Banes trying to run to the front here. As you have the Bio continue to fight. A couple quick teamers will go down. That hatchery will go down as well. So hatchery will fall. This next hatch in trouble. On the other side, Lings are going to try and surround this planetary. I actually think we're going to have the damage output to easily get this in the end. As reinforcements show up, obviously ByuN is shoving through into his opponent's base, but he is extremely committed. He's extremely all in because Shin is just going to continue to take bases down on the other side of the map. Bane's going to try and reach those Marines. A couple of Widow Mines are not finding much. Oh no! ByuN with the miscontrol steps forward, and that is a pathing issue. And he clicks back on the map. Half the units went to the bottom, half them went to the top. That is a painful couple moments. There's 27 SCVs have gone down. Shin is in winning position here in game number 2. Looking to extend to a big lead in this grand final. 2-0 is a huge one. As, he's just looked so good today. These Banes are going to get SCVs in the corner as well. We'll see most of you guys in the next game because yeah, I don't think they're going to get much chance to come back either. ByuN just trying to scrap together some more mines and Marines, but Shin with the transition to Ultra is something I don't think ByuN's in a position to deal with right now. He doesn't have the money to really afford Ghosts or anything, so if these Ultras continue through in any sort of sizable manner, I mean, that's just not going to go anywhere nice for ByuN. So, right now, ByuN is still on a scary army. The army supplies are even, so this is a moment where ByuN can still try and get more done, as Shin is still very reliant on the counterattacks and so. I mean, again, the run-bys have been amazing from Shin all day. I cannot stress that enough. Today's run-bys from Shin have been incredibly good. We step up, a couple creep teamers go down. Those Widow Mines are going to get burrowed. Some Banes will just pull up top and kill them. An explosion did go down, but a cleanup is a cleanup. ByuN has to lift him back away. We'll actually unload some of his units back here. Wants to maybe keep some position on the top side of the map. Things getting around the top right. The medevacs are pulling back as well. Trying to faster continues through. We do have our Lings going to get turned around one more time. Steps up a little bit, just going to go towards the upper left-hand side. And then Ultra Infestor continues through as well. As we push into the top left, Queen goes down. I just get there, medevacs get chased on the bottom side. We see the rest of the Bio going to step in toward the gold base. A couple of those drones going down immediately also. We're actually going to get this kill. ByuN's army supply is holding on and hanging on for the moment. Shin is in trouble, right? I mean, like, he is running out of bases. This felt like he was running away with the game. But ByuN is refusing to die. I think the big thing that Shin has done is actually teching to Ultra Infestor. I think these units make the difference. If Shin got caught on Lingbane Hydra, I think this is the kind of game you actually end up losing as a Zerg, and everyone's like, oh, Terran's so stupid. But I think Shin's actually hit a perfect transition where it's actually going to be huge for him to have gotten to those units. He's made the game scrappy, but then usually Terrans can be very good in scrappy low eco scenarios, but against higher tech units, probably not so much. It would be nice to see one Infestor up to the top side. This is way too much Bio. I don't think we should be trying to fight that as Shin. I think that might just be a run the hell away moment or fight elsewhere. He's going to start taking the fight elsewhere because this should be where he outnumbers his opponent. Great fungal across the wall. He is going to catch everything here, and Shin's going to have a ton of units to go deal damage with, so he will be into some bases. Now losing this base up here feels way less bad, as we are going to get over here. More SCVs going down. ByuN's down to 12 workers only. Pretty much no bases mining, the natural only, while Ultras are going to run over there straight away. We have to clean up this army at some point, though, as Shin. He needs to kill ByuN's base. He's about to lose his Baneling nest. He needs to actually kill ByuN's army. Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. The Ultras are going to put in work, but yeah, how do you stop this army? Infestors are all dead? No, the Infestors are still alive. Infestors could be huge. Some of them have energy as well. Going to show up. We do have a Baneling going to finish. Some Hydras and Banes trying to get down this ramp. The fungal was very good, but the Banes weren't really there to capitalize. Now they are. The Ultras doing what they can. The Lings coming through as Shin is going to get the cleanup. Only medevacs left in the skies, and Shin will hold on to take game 2. GG. Wow, what a game number 2. As El Dorado goes the way to Shin. It felt like Shin was going to be in a really good spot throughout, but like I say, ByuN actually really good at kind of taking that snare and saying, right, well, yeah, okay, you've done a lot, but you know what I'm doing? I'm surviving. I'm going to have an army still. That can be good enough. 9 times out of 10, it actually does win those games. We've seen it so often. Not here, because Shin techs to the Ultra Infester. What a move that was. Without Ultra Infester, he loses that game 100%. Perfect way to find the transition for when he needed it. Very cool. Love that from Shin. Very, very cool. Map number 3 will be on Ultra Love. Hello, Ellie. Nice of you to show up today. Look, we're not going to make much money if you don't sell out, Ellie. You know this, right? Can't afford to give you treats and food and stuff if you don't sell out. What, you're here to tell everyone to subscribe to the stream? Come on, then. No, come on. What do you get? Come on, come say hi. You've not said hi to the stream forever. Alright, come say hi to the stream. If you guys would like to support an Ellie treat today, do consider subscribing. She appreciates it. There you go. Was that so bad? Saying hi to the stream? They all like it when they see you, you know. She is so unimpressed. She's like, I wanted to come and play with you, Dad, but now I'm actually so unimpressed that I'm just going to walk away in shame. Everyone's ready. Let's go into game number 3. Fading at the edges. Thank you so much for the gifted sub going out to Thrive Cam. Appreciate it. +1 treat for Ellie. Thank you so much. Alright, going to Ultra Love. For game number 3, ByuN must win this game or this series comes to a close. In the bottom left-hand corner, our red Terran player from the shop, P5 Rebellion, we have ByuN. Top right, our blue Zerg is Shin. Game 3. As we get into the early few moments, see what goes down, see what happens. Shin drops a hatchery on the natural. Shin wins as 3-0, and what a run it's been from him. Only lost in the whole tournament to Clem. No maps lost in the playoffs. If he wins this right now, it would be kind of nice to see, you know, ByuN take a map just for the sake of actually seeing some more games, because obviously we've been 3-0, 3-0 in the last couple of series. Would not be against seeing a little bit more action. That's a pretty reasonable request, isn't it? Surely. Reaper on the way up as ByuN starts the orbital as well. Get that Reaper going. Gonna need to scout. Needs to make sure of everything that's going on now. No room for error. Man's in the building. Reaper on the way up. Heads to the top right, obviously. Let's see if we can scout anything. I see our Reaper gonna find a couple Lings taking damage. Drone's gonna move about as well as the Lings continue to chase Mr. Reaper down. Things coming through, the drone's in production. Continue to trade that. The Lings I see one going down already. The Queen going to be there to push the Reaper back in the other direction as well. Seems to be building. Drones producing. And got more command centers building as well as ByuN goes up to 3 bases in total, so gets those up and rolling here. Command coming through. You just watch to see if the Reaper does anything. Makes a little dive up the round. Gonna go for the creep tumor. Reaper gets the creep tumor into the main base. Make your getaway. Queen intercepts. It's nice to get the creep tumor. It's not so fun to lose the Reaper because you lose some of the scouting information that you could have potentially gained from that point on. So it's gonna be a little sad. Impact building. Take a few moments. Settle this down. See what the next step of this game is going to be. Is Marines on the way out, so we're going to get that stim up. Obviously, just a couple of Hellions and really focusing on the bio play from there. So it's going to be the direction we kind of go in for the moment. Marines get the Overlord. Fire building up on the main base. Hellions will push to the front. Starport will finish from ByuN as the reactor is going to complete from ByuN as well, so that can play a bit of swapsies. Or not. Ooh. Ooh, are we going to build Hellions? Are we going to build an armory? Yes, we are. The moment you don't put the starport on the reactor means that this is going to turn into an all-in. Maybe not all in, but very aggressive compared to the expectation of this build. Because you're going to basically build extra Hellions, you're then going to morph in Hellbats, you're not as well set up for the future because you're not avoiding stuff like upgrades during this as well. Because it's triple CC, you're obviously not completely all in, but it definitely pushes you in that sort of a direction. As Marines and Hellions get to the upper right. Start to move through. Medevac overhead. Is going to be there. The Hellions morph into the Hellbats. And the Marines is going to step up. Now, there's a couple of roaches here that's definitely going to help to kind of deal with this, as we are going to be starting to deal some damage. So, there's a few shots coming through. Just going to be seeing the Queen's going to get there, and that is going to be a defense. So, Shin pushes this away very easily. Straight away, very comfortable defense to begin with there. Very nicely done. Marines in the Hellbat pulling back across. Again, Carapace upgrade coming through. That roach speed building in as well currently. Fieldling is going to go back up in the center. Marines Hellbat, the Medevac coming back over also, just for now. Is going to step over. Queen actually goes down on that 12 o'clock, so that will fall. ByuN needs to kind of scrap together whatever he can. This is a good defense from Shin. Like I say, this is not all in kind of the usual sense of an all in, but it's definitely a bit of commitment that now is not really delivered. He's going to +1 vehicle weapons early, which is kind of, I guess, something off of that armory that you wouldn't have had usually. So, yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a setup right there as the 1-1 comes through, the +1 vehicle weapons comes in, concussive shells coming through, Medevac still producing as well. As the roaches come up to the top, the Medevac is going to be there. Infestation pit will be finishing shortly as the army of ByuN steps forward. Marines will get healed, Medevacs will lead the charge. We do have ourselves a +2 attack and concussive shells coming through. All that gets taken down already. Marine Marauder still sets up. Siege tank and more medevacs coming through. The +1 vehicle weapons on the armory is also being produced. So, like I say, get those upgrades completed, and ByuN will hit a bit of a power spike for upgrades being done in the game. Coach Ravager continues up top. Hive about to complete. Next minute or so. Just load back up. Go over to that right-hand side. Oh, whoa, whoa! We actually get a one out of the skies. The medevac falls. What a capture here from Shin. It's not every day you see a medevac full of units just eat all 3 corrosive vials. This has been a game where it feels like there's been a lot of good moments for Shin, and ByuN has been caught in a little bit of a struggle. 2 Vipers in production as the Baneling continues to build. Obviously, Vipers, that tech coming online is very important because you're going to get blinding clouds against the siege tank pushes. Bio steps up, the drones go down. Bane's just going to go for the overlord there. Bane's going to force this back. Hatch taking damage. Lings, oh yeah, no, because there's always a Shin run by ready to go. Shin is in a bit of trouble though. He'll lose that right side base. Drop on the top left will deny that attempt of a base. He didn't get many SCVs with his run by, and I think he needs the Vipers to show up so he can actually blinding cloud these tanks and actually take this fight more comfortably. So he's a little bit cautious. He's waiting for the Vipers. They're consuming their energy right now. They'll be ready to go very soon. On that right side falls. I mean, we get knocked down to 4 bases. ByuN's only just taken 4, so it's not the end of the world for Shin. Good to see ByuN doing something for himself. As the medevac gets up to the top, then Hatchery will have to rebuild over there. Some Lings to support it this time. The Vipers in the main base are full of energy, so they are ready to go. He did not rush them over here the moment they could blinding cloud. He just kept them consuming, so now they have full energy, but it's actually going to end up costing you the base, maybe? No, Hatchery lives. We press forward. We need a blinding cloud. The tanks, we do hit 2. We hit the bio in the blinding cloud as well. Another blinding cloud behind is so good because what that enables is it means that the bio cannot fight. It cannot shoot when those blinding clouds go down. Huge moment there as the Ultralisks, Felstein Melee, and Chitinous plating continue to come over. Hatchery in the top left side will go down, and Shin will survive what was a scary, probably the scariest moment in the game for him, because the first Hellbat attack he was extremely well prepared for. Well, ByuN has an economy in this game, and so he will get ghosts going against the Ultralisks, which are on the way out as well. So the preparation there from ByuN is on point. He's going to get the ghosts at the correct timing. Things are going to run through. A little bit of bio stepping back. Just going to be seeing the Ravager. Roach Bane moving through as well. A couple of Banes already connecting. Lings will continue to charge, looking for the wrap around here. Siege tank firing up a storm as some of those Lings will take some hits. In the upper right gun. I mean, this base is in trouble. This base over here is funny because it's like, it's safe, but it's got no creep around it, so it's got none of that safety net Zerg usually has for their bases. And this hatchery's low from before. Oh, Shin's actually going to start sending units back to go defend that. I actually don't know if it would have been better just a full send over here. I mean, the send over here is going very well anyways, which is why maybe just sending everything here, guarantee the continued push through might have been even better. Because we do run out of stuff a little bit as we go down the ramp. The tank's still firing. The Roach, I mean, a lot of units up here just sat still and not doing anything. Some snipes coming through. The Ultra's starting to chase a little bit. A little bit of a disjointed attack so far on the side of Shin. But I think it might just be good enough anyways. 21 SCVs have gone down. And it does look as though we have got Shin in the driver's seat of this game number 3. ByuN has his 3rd base in the skies. There is a 4th planetary down to this bottom side, but yeah, I mean, Shin also lost bases, right? Like, these hatcheries went down. It's good for Shin, but it's not game-winning because of what ByuN has been able to do on top of everything else that's been going on in the game. Ultras and Vipers continue through, plus 3 carapace coming up. The Lings go to wrap around. Medevac's load as well. Just going to see our Bioforce in the bottom left, setting up 4th base is going to be there. Focus building. The medevacs go back over towards the top left-hand side. Still got the Ultra Cavern coming. Oh, all the Ultras coming through. Again, +3 melee and +3 Carapace coming up as well. A few more shots coming about as our Banes continue to settle in. Vipers. I think should have Parasite bombed this medevac. Just to make this a more difficult scenario. Anyways, we are actually going to go fighting down this ramp as ByuN. Going to get jumped on. Going to get cleaned up a little bit. Continue to chase. Just going to be seeing some of those. That tank getting jumped on as well. Ultra going to get there. And the Banelings find the SCVs. They're going for the Ghosts and the other ByuN units. Wouldn't have minded them going for the SCVs. They were just kind of sat there in the corner as well. Could not get out. Ultra so far looking good. The Ghosts unable to get any snipes off. Once again, SCVs are dropping. The units are just reinforcing across the map. It's a stream of Zerg here on Ultra Love. As Shin looking to become a champion today. Our Lings arrive. Going to get turned around. The Ultras will get turned as well. Shin will have to stop and reinforce once more. I mean, again, the supplies are kind of scarily close. He's adding on a few Infestors. I like it because I think we're going to a similar situation as in the last game where it's like you need to make sure you've got the tech units to stop the Terran just having one massive army to kill you with. You've got to be able to handle that bigger army surge at some point, and the Infestors definitely do a lot to make that survival happen. Lings run across the far left-hand side, so they pull back. The rest of the Bio Ghost coming through as well. Infestors, +3 melee. Evo Chamber coming through. The Ghosts are going to step through. The Overlord taking damage. Overlords will both go down. Here we go. A couple snipes come in. It's going to be a Ravager going down. The Lings all chasing through. Ultras are going to get there. The Ling Bane continues about another Blinding Cloud going down. Parasite bombing the medevacs. Feels like another decent fight. The Fungal Growth completely whiffs. I'm not sure if we're trying to catch a medevac or what there, but I would like to see a Fungal on that medevac. That's a full medevac, and you can easily grab it. One Fungal would kill. Not going to happen, it seems, as we chase forward for the SCVs. Shin holding the supply in his favor. Hattrick goes down again as ByuN is successful in a drop on the other side, so able to get that going at the same time. Dive into the Pantry on the bottom, and the Bane going to come through. That's a nice Fungal. Okay, that's a great use of the Banelings to knock down the base and a lot of SCVs. However, you've got to make sure you've got enough to survive here as well, right? Like, you give up a few units to do this, you can't die to the counterattack. You've got to be ready for it. That's why I still like the infested production that we're seeing from Shin. It makes it so much harder to die to those counterattacks. This base is so funny to me. Like, this base feels like the most out there base that maybe should have been under so much pressure, but because Shin's been fighting on the left side, ByuN's not being able to get there. The lack of creep around it has not mattered. That base has been here because Shin's had so much trouble on the right side. I guess that makes sense because Shin has been more so focused on this side of the map himself, but funny how that works out as some Lings and Ultras are going to get into this mineral line. SCVs may be in trouble again. ByuN is going to be down below 30 workers in the moment if these numbers continue to drop. Orbital Command takes some hits, going to have to lift that up. Pulls ByuN's army back too, so it doesn't give him the chance to get across to the top left, which is maybe where ByuN was initially aiming his army at just then. Shin diving back through every single time is such a frustration. This time the snipes do go off defensively though, and Shin will finally run out of units to play defensively with, so now we're going to have to focus back onto actually attacking and dealing well. He's actually going to just give up this base as ByuN gets there. Well, maybe that's not a bad thing, because he can actually just play defense on these bases now, these hatcheries which he's failed to keep alive multiple times over at this stage. Well, EMP goes down. We are just going to be seeing the rest of this coming over. Medevacs are going to load up once more. 7 drones, 5 SCVs falling in these moments. A couple of Ultras, Lings, and Banes will continue to come by. More Ghosts coming through. We have got the Vipers consuming up a little bit. Run down over here. This Infestor jumps up to drop the Fungal. Because why not? Does die in the process. Probably wasn't worth it. We dive back down to the bottom left. Missile turret going to try and go down. Doesn't quite manage to. Lingbane Ultra diving through. Good EMP hit the Vipers. The Vipers will not have any part of this fight. Does it matter? I don't think so. ByuN supply plummeting down below 100 in the 80s. Snipes out of reach. They will not get those Ultras. This Infest is going to try and come and help out here. These snipes will go off as the Infest is getting hit by a tank getting out of reach. But ByuN is going to say GG as Shin is going to take the third game, making this the final game of the series and the tournament. Look at Shin go through those playoffs. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. These were not one-sided games either. I think Shin was in the winning position for most of the game 2 and 3 especially, right? But while in the winning position, it wasn't like out of reach for ByuN to turn it around. Like ByuN was, you know, definitely in that game 2, especially I think on an army at one point that could have maybe turned things around if Shin had done things differently himself. So yeah, GG's. Very, very fun day of games, guys. Like I said, the only sad part is that there was a couple of 3-0s. I think the games themselves were very good. A couple of 3-0. The fact it was some 3-0s were a little bit unfortunate. I don't think all of these matches necessarily, like I say, should have been 3-0s. There's definitely moments. I still think Goblin could have won that game 1 against Shin as well. That obviously could have changed a lot too. So yeah. Alright guys, that is going to do it for us. Thank you so much for watching some StarCraft 2 with me today. I hope you've had a great week of the PTR event. We're going to be back tomorrow with WardiTV Mondays. On Tuesday evening, we'll be back with Alima League. And Wednesday and Thursday, we'll be having most likely WardiTV November. So, yeah, those probably be qualifiers next week. So, yeah. Awesome. If you guys enjoyed the stream, do consider liking and subscribing over on the YouTube. If you really enjoyed, you can also follow on the Twitch. You can support the channel in all the usual ways. You can subscribe, donate, cheer, etc. Use your Prime subs if you're on Twitch as well. Help us out there. And thank you so much for being awesome, guys. I really appreciate you all being here. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you guys some games. I hope you guys have had fun. I'm going to set you guys off into a set of ads. When the ads are done, we'll host someone up here on Twitch. See if anyone's live. I don't know if anyone is live, but the entire StarCraft directory is just cast in my tournament. Okay, I'll figure out someone to raid, even if that's just Demu. Yeah. Unless you guys have any suggestions on who to host, but I don't see anyone really live in the StarCraft section that I would usually host, so. Alright, you guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much for joining us and hanging around. Like I say, a set of ads, we'll find out someone to raid. And you guys have a good one. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate the support, appreciate the viewership. I'll see you guys tomorrow for WardiTV Mondays.